postseason aspirations clash today in the desert. The Cubs, stocked with a talented and youthful core, begin their march to try and shed the shackles of their dubious history and end their long World Series drought. For the Giants, well, it's an even year, and that means they're all but certain to win their fourth World Series this decade, right? The Cubs and the Giants square off next in Scottsdale. Welcome to Spring Training Baseball on ESPN, presented by Head & Shoulders. And welcome to Scottsdale, Arizona. A picture-perfect day, late afternoon, 4 o'clock local time here in Arizona. And we've got a couple of teams with very high hopes for the 2016 season, the Cubs and the Giants. Hi again, everybody. Dan Schulman, Jessica Mendoza, and Aaron Boone. Glad you're with us. Should be a really fun afternoon or night, depending on where you are right now, because we've got a couple of big-time pitchers in this game. Let's start with the Cubs and the guy who won the Cy Young Award last year in the National League, Jake Arrieta.
Dave, in the history of baseball, there has never been a better pitcher than Jake Arrieta in the second half. I mean, he had an ERA of .75. Hitters were hitting .136 against him. He was absolutely dominant with his left side of the plate slider, cutter, his 96-mile-per-hour fastball. He was virtually impossible for hitters to even touch him. The only concern was that would there be a regression? Spring training, him coming in, he is left off right where he's picked up right where he left off and been even more successful now.
For the Giants, Madison Bumgarner has been one of the very best pitchers in baseball over the last 5 years, regular season and postseason. But this spring's not going all that well. What's going on with Bumgarner?
Well, he's been banged up a little, Dan. He's dealt with a rib issue. He's dealing with a toe issue, and the results have not been very good for Madison Bumgarner, who has been one of the game's great ace. And one of the things that's made him great, over 200 innings the last 5 seasons. The Giants would really love to see him get through this game with 75, 80 pitches unscathed, because he's critical, like Arrieta, to their chances of getting to the postseason. And for more on the postseason and these two aces, let's send it down to Buster Olney.
That's right, Booney. Madison Bumgarner and Jake Arrieta have a whole lot in common, because in the last 2 postseasons, these two aces prevailed in baseball's ultimate gut check, the winner-take-all wild card game in 2014. Madison Bumgarner carried the San Francisco Giants into Pittsburgh, shut out the Pirates on 4 hits, and then last year, 2015, it was Jake Arrieta who basically did the same thing, shutting out the Pirates on 5 hits. 2 great starting pitchers who share a special piece of baseball history. Dan, back to you.
Pirates fans, feel free to tweet Buster as much as you want. Beautiful day here in Arizona. The Cubs, the Giants. First pitch coming up after this.
This is shaving.
Welcome back to Scottsdale Stadium. We got the Cubs and the Giants coming up. And let's check out the Cubs lineup right now. And Aaron, you get the feeling that for many, many years we might be talking about this dynamic combination, this combo of Bryant and Rizzo in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah, right-left combination. Bryant just 24 years of age. Anthony Rizzo 26 years of age. These are the building blocks in this offense for probably the better part of the next decade. They combined for 200 RBIs a season ago.
And Jess on the mound in his next to last start of the spring is Madison Bumgarner.
Well, it's scary to think of all the accolades that Bumgarner has won. He had his career best year last season in walks and strikeouts. And this big lefty, probably one of the best sliders you will see in the game.
And Buster Olney, there's the cue. Buster's doing double duty today. Not only the reporter, not only tweeting up a storm, but he's the guy telling the umps, okay, play ball. Points to home plate umpire Sean Barber, and we are ready to go here in Scottsdale as Bumgarner is in with a strike to Dexter Fowler. Fowler, the Cub last year, who almost turned into the Oriole this year. It sounded like he was on the brink of signing a 3-year deal with Baltimore. Only at the last second, apparently changed his mind and decided to come back to the Cubs for 1 year. So that changed things for Baltimore, changed things for him, and really changed things for the Cubs as well, because then the on-deck hitter, Jason Hayward, he slides back to his more natural spot in right field, where he is as good as there is in the game. And really kind of rounded out the lineup, the position player group for the Chicago Cubs heading into the season. 81 beautiful degrees here in Scottsdale right now. Bumgarner making his 4th major league appearance this spring. And so far, and Aaron talked about the rib cage and the foot injuries, it has not gone very well. And he says he's out of whack mechanically, which is something that he's never said and something he's never seemed to be before. But so far this spring, guys, 7 2/3 innings. There it is, 13 hits, 9 earned runs, and 3 home runs allowed.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem for him is he's been flying open a little. He's kind of across the body, across the field. And we've seen here, these 4 pitches down and out of the zone, just that command that we're used to seeing from Bumgarner not dialed in at this point. Both Bumgarner and Arrieta, both very deceptive as well as having great stuff. But this is just not an angle as a hitter that you see very often. From way on the second base side, he hides the ball extremely well, so even righties have a difficult time picking up the ball.
Fowler with some speed, stole 20 bases a year ago for the Cubs. He's at first, here to get the ball game underway. And the batter was a new member of the Cubs, Jason Hayward, who signed an 8-year, $184 million deal. Was with the Cardinals, of course, last year. And as mentioned, it now looks like he's going to be the primary right fielder, and he is a great right fielder. 13 homers, 60 RBIs, 23 stolen bases a year ago for Hayward. The Cubs adding Jason Hayward, John Lackey, he was also a Cardinal last year, signed him, and Ben Zobrist. So they pick up 3 quality players to add to a team that won 97 games a year ago and advanced to the NLCS.
And I think that pickup of, as we look at Joe Madden there, of Dexter Fowler was huge, and a huge gift to the Cubs to really start off spring training, because then it allowed Jason Hayward to move over to right field, where he's been one of the dominant defenders in the game in that corner spot. Before Fowler, it was going to be Hayward in center field.
And I think Hayward, for all the defensive credit that he gets, he's better in right. When he moves to center, he's not comfortable.
0-2 pitch is driven to right center field. Span is there as it hangs up in the alley for out number 1. Fowler back to first. This telecast of spring training baseball on ESPN is presented by Head & Shoulders. Live head first. And in part by the all-new Audi A4. You can see the lights are on despite a cloudless, kind of very sunny blue sky overhead. It is just past 4 o'clock. It is 10 past 4 o'clock here locally in Arizona, so we'll be moving into the evening hours as this game moves on. Here's Chris Bryant, the unanimous National League Rookie of the Year a year ago, and why not? 26 home runs and 99 runs driven in. and has come out of camp this year, guys, saying he wants to level out his swing a little bit. He's got a distinct uppercut. You can't argue with 26 homers and 99 RBIs, but
the 199 Ks also.
Right. So how hard is it, with everything he's accomplished, and to change your swing heading into year 2?
You watch when you say that bat path, it's that uppercut. You can see he's trying to flatten out. The biggest difference, Dan, is how long his bat was in the zone, and that's the difference between the swing and miss and the hard contact. Is before it was about 1.5 feet in the zone. Now his idea is to get that length, to get about 3 feet in the zone, so he's not missing, and he's allowing for more power.
What I find interesting about Bryant last year was how good he was on pitches up in the zone, which I think, Jess, his swing and his size and the leverage he has lends itself to being a good low ball hitter, which I think he should continue to evolve into that.
Lays off, and he takes ball 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think with him, his natural swing is to have that uppercut. And it's not going to go away. I mean, you saw even the replay we showed, the side swing, you're going to still see that uphill swing. That's him. And to your point, Booney, that's when you just drill that waist to below zone, which he's yet to even do. Because he likes it up in the zone. As you see with this last foul ball, he gets it high, but watch the path of his bat. Watch him still that uppercut, that length through the zone, though, and that's what's going to allow him to just get a little bit more variance of misses. If he misses now, instead of completely swing and miss, now it's a foul ball miss.
And it's ball 4. Second walk given up this inning by Bumgarner.
Tough pitch to lay off, and this is something that Bryant demonstrated in his rookie campaign, and just really something it's very hard to teach, and that's the ability to lay off tough pitches. 77 walks a year ago from a first-year player. I mean, those are the kind of takes that allow this Cub team, not only with their power, but their ability to get on base at a high rate. Even with the strikeouts, they create a lot of opportunities like this for the middle of their order.
And this guy, Anthony Rizzo, had a terrific year a year ago. 31 home runs, 101 runs driven in, and finished 4th in the National League in MVP balloting, behind Bryce Harper, Paul Goldschmidt, and Joey Votto. 26 years of age. As he takes outside a ball and a strike, and was hit by a pitch 30 times last year, leading the majors.
And that's an adjustment he made. He struggled against lefties 2 years ago, so what does he do? He crowds the plate to kind of help breach, and this is a perfect example against Bumgarner. Look at that front foot. I mean, watch him just continue to inch it onto that line. I mean, he is as close to being legal as you can be for that pitch right there. Now, that's a pitch he shouldn't swing at, but the slider, that lefty on lefty, a pitch that's moving away from the barrel of his bat. He's getting on that plate so that he's able to be able to make contact. Of course, Bumgarner, one of the best, ends up sliding that pitch 2 feet outside.
If you're just joining us, Bumgarner, as you can see on the mound for the Giants, we've got Jake Arrieta on the mound for the Cubs this afternoon, just underway here in this game. A couple of walks given up by Bumgarner in the early going, and a slow curveball down and away. 2 balls, 2 strikes now on Rizzo.
Rizzo hit .294 against left-handed pitching last year, and that was something that early in his career was a real problem. And there started to be even some whispers, maybe this guy is a platoon type guy, and it's that adjustment, getting on top of the plate, that has helped him to continue to evolve and continue now to become an MVP candidate in the middle of this lineup.
Popped him up in foul territory. Posey over for a look, but it's back into the seats.
And now you think about this Cubs team that's so young and talented, and a nice blend of veteran and young player. And I think Rizzo has kind of become the unquestioned leader at 26 years of age of this team. He's been through so much as a top prospect, as a guy that came up and struggled, and has now found his way to the player he is now. A lot of wisdom from a 26-year-old that he's able to pass along to these other outstanding young Cubs.
Runner breaks from second, and Bumgarner steps off. They got Fowler hung up. They'll put the tag on him between second and third. Bryant into second on the play, but now 2 down.
Well, with 1 out, the Cubs looking to be aggressive on the bases, trying to get that run to third with less than 2 outs to give Rizzo a chance to drive him in. But Bumgarner and the Giants onto it, aware that maybe he was inching off, and went through the inside move and were able to catch Fowler being a little too aggressive out there at second base.
So 2 down now. Bryant at second. A 2-2 pitch on the way to Rizzo, and he spanks it back up the middle into center for a base hit. Bryant around third will come in to score without a throw as the Cubs take a 1-0 lead.
I mean, that's a great example, Jess, of a big-time hitter against a left-handed pitcher, lefty on lefty with 2 strikes.
And this is why. I mean, he gets on the plate so that he can follow this movement. This pitch is breaking away from him. He's still able, almost Booney, to get around this pitch that's moving away. This is a swing and miss for him 2 years ago. Instead, he drives it up the middle for an RBI.
Pitch is 4 or 5 inches off the plate. Just.
Here's Ben Zobrist now.
And you know, a lot's been made of Joe Maddon the last week, having kind of an offensive hitters meeting and talking about these kind of situations where it's not the long ball, but it's just driving in a run. That's a case with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position, 2 strikes off a good left-handed pitcher, just shortening up and putting the ball in play aggressively through the middle. That's the Cubs a run here.
Rizzo at first. Zobrist the batter, another newcomer to the Cubs. Finished up last year with Kansas City, but a guy, of course, with whom Joe Maddon is extremely familiar. Maddon managed Zobrist for a number of years in Tampa Bay. It sounds like, it looks like, predominantly he's going to play second base, but as all baseball fans know, if they have a need somewhere else, he'll fill that, whether it's right, left, third. He can play all over the place. Switch hitter as well. So it just adds an incredible amount of versatility to the lineup. And with the Starlin Castro trade to the Yankees, Adam Warren coming back to give them another arm in the bullpen. They needed a second baseman. That is the position he has played the most in his career, and it appears to be where he's going to start off this year for the Cubs.
You know, Ben Zobrist has made it really cool to be a utility player. And you've started to hear with Javier Baez, one of the star young players for the Cubs, you started to hear last year, maybe he can be a Ben Zobrist type with his defensive versatility and his upside offensively. I don't know if the Kansas City Royals win that World Series without making the move for Ben Zobrist at the trade deadline.
Meanwhile, Madison Bumgarner is about to throw his 25th pitch of the inning. He's gotten 2 outs, but one of them was a caught stealing, a rundown between second and third. He's walked a couple. He's given up a base hit. And he is struggling to find his form here in spring training. Bouncer to third, and the short way to second before it's Rizzo and end the inning. A run on a base hit, a lengthy inning for Bumgarner. We'll see Jake Arrieta on the mound for the Cubs when we come back.
Opening
Welcome back. Bottom of the first inning here in Scottsdale. Dan Shulman, Jessica Mendoza, Aaron Aboon, and Buster Olney with you. It's a 1-0 lead for the Cubs. As we head to the bottom of the first inning, let's check out the lineup for the San Francisco Giants. And just about everybody is in that lineup here today, including their dynamic duo, if you will, and Buster Posey and Hunter Pence.
Buster Posey, the best hitter on this team, led the team in hits, batting average, on-base percentage. So consistent, and he's backed by Hunter Pence. When you got those 4 on-base guys ahead of him, I mean, this is the guy to drive him in. So these two guys clutch in the 4 and 5 spot.
And on the mound, a guy who won the Cy Young Award. And when you beat out guys like Greinke and Kershaw with the years they had last year, Aaron, you had yourself a heck of a season.
A historically great last 4 months of the season. That huge playoff victory against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and he's picked up this spring very sharp. And this will be a key outing for him as he plans on pretty much airing it out here for about 80 pitches. His last start he made in the minor leagues, working at 70-80%. This will be a max effort start for him, treating it very similar to a regular season game.
Denard Span leads it off for the Giants. The former Washington National, who had an injury-plagued season a year ago, just appeared in just 61 games, but did hit over 300 in that time, and he fills a void for the Giants. Angel Pagano moves to left field this year. Span will be the center fielder. Unfortunately, Span's battled some injuries already this spring. Came in with a sore left shoulder, then banged up his right shoulder, but back in there with about a week and a half to go before the start of the regular season. After Span, it'll be Joe Panik and then Matt Duffy. Span signing a 3-year, $31 million deal. Both teams spending a lot of money in the offseason as he lifts a lazy fly ball to left. In his first game of the spring, on the first ball that was hit to him, he goes back, cannot make the catch, a diving effort, and then lands awkwardly on that right shoulder. And this is just a guy who's had trouble staying healthy the last couple of years.
Well, and when he signed in the offseason that 3-year deal, it raised a lot of eyebrows around Major League Baseball because of his age, because of his injury history, and then the first chance he gets, that happened. So there was some concern, but he's been swinging the bat very well the last 10 days or so for the Giants. They feel like he's in a good place as they get ready to break camp.
Here's Joe Panik. Until his injury, suffered a back injury, missed basically pretty much the last 2 months of the season a year ago. He was hitting .312, and Joe Panik and Brandon Crawford, one of the best double play combinations in baseball. Panik's DHing here today, but one of the best up the middle combinations in baseball, and I think without question the most underrated double play combination in baseball, as he lines one into center for a solid base hit.
You know, guys, it's interesting to see Jake Arrieta here. First inning, obviously. Most of the gun readings has been in that low 90s with the fastball. He's typically going to average in the mid 90s and even get up into the high 90s when he needs to dial back, when he needs to dial it up a little bit. But he's talked about saving some of those bullets and trying to be more pitch efficient early in ball games, and that may manifest itself in some lower velocities early in the game.
1 on, 1 out for Matt Duffy, the young third baseman for the Giants, hit .295 a year ago. We mentioned that Chris Bryant was the unanimous Rookie of the Year winner in the National League. Duffy finished second. He got a lot of second place votes. Stole 12 bases, didn't get caught, had 28 doubles. And right now, as you can see from this lineup, with all the good hitters they have, Matt Duffy might be the number 3 hitter. You would think, well, maybe Posey 3, Pence 4, but right now it's Duffy 3, Posey 4, Pence 5, and Belt, who's on a tear right now, hitting 6th.
You got to remember, too, there's so many of these on-base guys. I mean, just great at bats.
This ball is well hit to the opposite field and off the base of the fence. Panik is getting the wave around third, and the relay throw skips through a couple of infielders, allowing him to score standing up. Duffy drives in a run to tie it up here in the bottom of the first.
And this would is what makes him an effective third hitter. And I think this is why they want him in this position, is because of his short swing. I mean, watch him just get to this pitch. It's left up in the zone by Arrieta, but just a good job of getting to contact. I mean, this is a pitch that could be hit out, but he's not even trying to. And look at how far he hits it. Off the wall. Hayward mishits the cut, and that's what allows Panik to come around and score. And I'm honestly surprised that we didn't see Duffy get the third.
So the game's tied at 1 here in the bottom of the first, and now here's Posey. Another very good year last year. Hit .318, drove in 95 runs. Got a lot of fans. They sell a lot of Posey jerseys in Giants country. He's been a Rookie of the Year. He's been a Comeback Player of the Year. He's been a batting champion. He's been an MVP. And he's won 3 World Series championships. Not a bad first 6 or 7 years of a career. That's pretty impressive stuff for a guy who's just turning 29.
You know, we're talking in our meeting last night with Buster Olney, and it looks to be the start of a Hall of Fame career. That's the kind of path that now Buster Posey is on and has started for himself here in the first 6 years of his career.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the start of his career, guys, he really runs parallel to a guy who's in the Hall of Fame, in Yogi Berra, who was, of course, a world champion repeatedly, won the American League MVP in 1952 and 1953, a leader of that team. That's the trajectory that Buster Posey's on.
You know, one of the unknowns about Posey as his career continues is how much will he catch, how much will he play first base. He does play at first base every now and again. Belt moves out to the outfield. Posey has always said he wants to catch as much as he can, as long as he can. And if his health permits, if he doesn't wear down the bat still, you know, if it doesn't wear the bat down as well, he probably figures to stay behind the plate 120, 125 games a year.
Yeah, and I think that's because he's so valuable with the bat that is something that Bruce Bochy and the Giants are going to have to monitor over the years and pay attention to. But I think I personally underestimated how valuable he is behind the plate. He is an outstanding catcher and influence on a rotation on this Giants team, and for as great a hitter as he's been, I think his influence behind home plate and what he means to the pitching staff has been just as important, and just as important in the 3 championships the Giants have won, his work behind the plate. And I think Bochy's aware of that.
Yep.
But you saw that 40-point jump when he plays first base.
Yep.
I mean, there's something to be said about fatigue and age and everything that's going to come for Posey's career to be able to lengthen that and then utilize him behind the plate when he's most needed. But no doubt about it, he is going to need some time at first base. He's going to need some time from not being in that squat position.
You know, everybody's different. You know, Joe Mauer has, for different reasons in part, has moved to first base full time. A guy like Russell Martin catches and catches and catches, and nobody ever talks about him moving out from behind the plate. But this is something the Giants have had in play the last couple of years. 30, 40 starts a season. He might wind up down to first base. What a good at bat. Fights off pitch after pitch. Lines one into right center field. Duffy had to wait and see if Fowler was going to get there, so he'll be held at third.
And what's impressive, Dan, is how many great pitches he wasted of Arrieta's, just barely getting contact so that he's able to get something to hit. Watch what he does. This pitch is breaking in on his hands, and watch those hands stay close to his body. Even his expression on his face is just to fight it off and find grass.
Well, you've got a good hitter with a runner in scoring position, and his focus is really solely through the middle of the field, because that's going to allow him to be able to handle the most pitches. And that was a pitch in on the corner, and Jess, to your point, able to get the barrel to it and just dump it out in center field.
Now Hunter Pence. And you can see if everybody's healthy. I think people forget sometimes how many injuries the Giants sustained last year. If everybody's healthy, there's some length to this lineup.
Yes.
You got Brandon Belt sitting at 6. You got Brandon Crawford, who won a Silver Slugger last year, sitting at 7.
He's their home run leader.
At 21 last year. That one will get away from Montero. A run will come in to score. Posey up to second. 2-1 Giants.
And remember, you've got a healthy Angel Pagan this year, hopefully. And with Denard Span taking over in center field and in the leadoff position, Bruce Bochy and the Giants are actually flirting with, as we get a look at that wild pitch or pass ball and see the runners move up, he's flirting with Angel Pagan possibly hitting ninth to take advantage of his speed and his ability to hit, meaning the pitcher would then hit eighth.
Especially when Bumgarner's in there, probably, because he's such a good hitter.
Yeah.
Pence to a knee on a swing and a miss.
But I think this team, this Giants team, is very health dependent. They're not deep like, say, the Dodgers or some other teams that we consider playoff contenders. And if they have a significant injury to one of their star players, I don't think the depth's there for them to absorb a lot of injuries to their stars.
They are fouling off a lot of pitches from Arrieta. You guys talked about lower velocity and maybe trying to pitch to contact a little bit more, at least right now. But the Giants are having some good quality at bats.
Well, they're not biting on the slider like you see a lot of batters do against Jake Arrieta. And right now it's been his curveball that's been probably the most effective swing and miss pitch.
And another base hit. Posey will be held on a single by Pence, the fourth consecutive hit by the Giants off Arrieta.
And as I say, his curve's been the most effective. Here he leaves this one up in the zone. Hunter Pence just does a good job of just, you call kind of tomahawking it. Getting by Ben Zobrist at second base.
But all these approaches from the veteran, mature, quality hitters for the Giants in these situations, especially against a guy like Jake Arrieta, up the middle the other way. It just gives them so much better of an opportunity to handle a number of pitches.
Now here's Belt. A good year last year, 18 home runs, 33 doubles, and on a streak right now in his last 5 at-bats here in spring training. He's got 4 home runs and a double. 3 of the home runs, I believe, have come at Talking Stick, which is the nearby spring training home of the Diamondbacks, where apparently Belt, the ball looks like a beach ball to him at Talking Stick. Even his teammates, Matt Duffy was joking around the cage before the game about how well Belt hits there. Do you think, Aaron, you've seen this guy for a few years now, do you think there is another level that the 18 and 70 could turn into a 27 and 95 kind of season for Brandon Belt?
I do. I think he's an upper echelon first baseman if he can remain healthy, and that's been a bugaboo for him. He's had a bunch of nagging injuries that I think have prevented him from putting together that high-end season just based on volume. There's been little nagging injuries that have plagued him so far, but I think he is an elite hitter when he runs out there every single day, and we've seen that in the playoffs when he's been up against the best competition. This is a really tough out with left-handed power, which you love at AT&T Park.
Belt yesterday was advocating for Talking Stick to become a major league franchise so he could play 9 games there on the road every year. He'd probably sign with them as a free agent.
I laugh, but sometimes that's so true. Sometimes you get in a certain park, a certain place, and it's just like, obviously it's mental more than anything, although I do have to say Arizona is one of the best places to hit. But I mean, how many parks are here in spring training? Yeah. And he found the one that for some reason is his comfort zone.
You guys talking about all the foul balls. When I was talking to advanced scouts last year and opposing pitchers, they talk about how ruthless the Giants hitters are and how difficult it was to face them because they didn't give up at bats. They battled and they had that sound approach that you guys have been referring to.
Well, I think it's been one of the recipes that's enabled them to have so much success in the postseason. For the most part, it's a contact-driven team. And when you're facing elite pitching like you are in the postseason, it's a lineup that just grinds you down and doesn't give away a lot of at-bats. And it's resulted in 3 world championships in the last 6 seasons.
And the skipper himself is on his way to the mound.
Well, he's struggling with his release point as well. And I think maybe backing off and treating this as I'm getting my work in. Jess, so far, he's really spraying his fastball, especially. He can't command it. He's missing the glove routinely, even when he is throwing a strike.
Both sides of the plate, too.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing even the curveball that got hit hard by Posey or Pence. And honestly, just being able to see him usually just, especially that left side of the plate, he owns that side of the plate when he is on. And right now, even his slider, I mean, it's not as effective and precise as it normally is.
Well, he dominated left-handed hitters last year. There's been a lot of comfortable at-bats. You see that pitch out over the plate, hammered back through the middle. Another pitch elevated and out over the plate. There, Montero set up on the outside corner. It drifts back to the inside part of the plate. And that last one, a hanging breaking ball to Hunter Pence that he pounds through the right side of the field. So just a lack of command, and the stuff that we saw all last year, not overwhelming at this point in the first inning for Jake Arrieta.
Bases loaded, just one out. And here's Brandon Crawford, the Giants shortstop, as we mentioned, won a Silver Slugger Award last year, hit 21 homers, drove in 84 runs, also won a Gold Glove at short last year. And hitting down in the 7th spot of the lineup. 2 runs in, bases loaded, Posey, Pence, and Belt aboard. And he's fallen behind 2-0. So we have not seen vintage Bumgarner or Arrieta here in the first inning of this game.
I want to credit the Giants. They're just doing a good job of being patient. I mean, this is a team that isn't going to try hacking early. I mean, they are waiting to see almost a certain zone that they're sitting on from Arrieta and trying to make him throw there.
3-0.
I mean, lefties hit 158 and slugged 228 against Arrieta last year. And when you watched him pitch, it was just uncomfortable at bat after uncomfortable at bat. And these are nothing like that for these left-handed hitters for the Giants in this inning.
Down and away, ball 4, and that'll force in a run. And that's going to be all. 34 pitches, 1 out, and Joe Maddon is going to take Jake Arrieta out of this game.
Well, Jake is known for having that crossfire. You see that front foot get down and comes across his body, and that's usually what is his comfort zone. But you can see by his expression, it's just not being able to get that release, that extension that he normally gets on a lot of his pitches. He's just not feeling it right now.
So an unexpected early pitching change here in Scottsdale. The afternoon ends very quickly for Jake Arrieta.
This is Shaving,
Looks like there may be a blister issue for Jake Arrieta.
And I think that might explain why we weren't seeing the velocity, because we were under the impression that he was going to come out and really let it rip here and hope to get to 80 pitches. But I noticed when Madden went out the first time, kind of looking down at the ball, and clearly there's something going on there on the thumb, perhaps a blister, which hopefully doesn't bleed into his next start or into the start of the season for that matter.
So Michael Jensen comes into the game, spent last year at the Cubs Double-A affiliate in Tennessee, a 2.23 ERA and 22 appearances, all of them in relief. A 26th round pick back in 2011. He probably did not expect to be working this early in this game. The Giants with 3 runs in and the bases loaded, just 1 out here in the bottom of the first. And the batter is Angel Pagan, who has gone from a center fielder and top of the order hitter to a left fielder and bottom of the order hitter. Whether it's 8th or 9th remains to be seen during the regular season. As Aaron mentioned, Bruce Bochy contemplating hitting Pagan 9th, liking the speed back-to-back of Pagan at the bottom and then Span at the top. Base hit into right center. This will score 2 more runs, and it's 5-1 Giants.
Well, the Giants continue to put on a clinic in hitting with runners in scoring position. Pitch down and out over the plate. Nothing, certainly not trying to do too much, just put the barrel of the bat on the ball, and another hit back through the heart of the field with runners in scoring position. And the Giants, who really as a group have been swinging the bat so good this spring, keep on keeping on here as we get near opening day.
That brings up the number 9 hitter. He's at second base today, Kelby Tomlinson. We got a lot of time at that spot because of the Joe Panik back situation near the end of last year. And Tomlinson swung the bat well. Hit .303 in 54 games. Backhanded stop Russell to second one, and that's all. First and third, 2 down on the fielder's choice.
Well, Addison Russell, Cubs shortstop, who has tremendous range, flashes a little bit of that range. No chance they're going to get Tomlinson, who is a really good runner, getting down that line, but able to get that lead runner at second base.
Beautiful day here in Arizona. 81 degrees in Scottsdale as the Giants send Span back up there, his second at bat of the inning. Arrieta knocked out of this game, at least in part due to a blister on his thumb, it appeared. Span chops one right to Rizzo, and that'll end the inning. Span making 2 of the 3 outs in the inning, but the Giants get 5. Arrieta doesn't last the inning.
This is Shaving,
It's free. Go to ESPN.com/fantasybaseball or download the brand new app to sign up today. Some good eats here in Scottsdale. 5-1 the Giants lead. We're only through an inning. Jake Arrieta out of the game. A blister problem on his thumb. Madison Bumgarner walked 2, gave up a base hit, gave up a run in the top of the first. Here he is in the second to face Miguel Montero, Addison Russell, and then Jeimer Candelario, a minor league third baseman, in the lineup today for the Cubs. Montero with a roller right to second, 1 down. So Bumgarner gets the first down, and now we'll face Addison Russell. And what a difference a year makes for Russell. Came in last year as an extremely young player, a second baseman. Joe Maddon from the get-go talked in glowing terms about Russell, how much he thought of him. And now Russell had a good rookie season, eventually became the shortstop. Castro moved to second base. Castro's now a Yankee. And by all accounts, Russell's just a much more comfortable, confident young man now than he was a year ago.
You just see it. You can see it in the way he plays, the way he reacts, the way, honestly, he's in the batter's box. And you saw the opposite with Castro when he moved over to second base. I mean, he wasn't comfortable, and all of a sudden he switched back over. Of course, now he's with the Yankees. But Russell, to me, his at-bats are, I think, what's the next step, his offense. And when you look at his timing, when you look at just the way that he swings the bat, his bat speed, there's so much potential there, but it hasn't even yet clicked. So this is a guy with a ton of upside.
He's got more of a leg kick this year, right? I think he's trying to see if that can boost the power. Hit 13 home runs last year.
He started to mess with it a little bit last year. You saw him kind of get into that leg kick second half of the season, and it kind of messed with his timing. But if he can get into that rhythm, even just bump up that average, I don't think he needs to be a power guy.
He hit 9th a lot last year. Did he chase? Yes, he did. One of the reasons Joe Maddon said that he had him hitting 9th. One of the reasons.
This is that great slider, Dan, from Madison Bumgarner, and a good sign for him after the long layout in between innings, kind of laboring through that first inning to come back and put away this pitch down and into a right-handed hitter. This is a huge pitch for him, and he typically will get a lot of swings and check swings like that when that pitch is on point. Right there's a great example.
So 2 down here for Bumgarner, and now Jeimer Candelario, split last year between single A and double A. You see his combined numbers. 22 years of age from the Dominican Republic. Having a good spring. 11 for 31, hitting .355. Probably ticketed for double A this year.
And I think he gets this call up today as a reward. I mean, he's had a great spring. He's done everything they've asked him to do. And as you mentioned, he'll start the season most likely in AAA, but to be able to get this call up this time of year in a big game beyond this roster is just kind of a, hey, this is something that could happen in the season if needed.
And a swing and a miss. The inning is over. A much cleaner inning for Madison Bumgarner. 3 up, 3 down. Go the Cubs.
Hear that?
Giants are leading the Cubs 5-1. Spring training baseball for you here on ESPN. And Jake Arrieta not getting out of the first inning today. Clearly was not right from the get-go. And Aaron noticed as he went into the dugout and sat down, was looking at his thumb as if there might be a blister problem. Buster Olney has more.
Yeah, and in talking with the Cubs in the last couple of minutes, they say he's got a very small blister on that spot that you guys were noting. It's not one of those big blisters sometimes that erupt on the hands of pitchers. They don't think it's a serious issue, and guys, we're hopeful that we're going to be able to talk to Jake Arrieta directly here in the next few innings.
All right, Buster, thank you. Only one more start for Arrieta before the regular season begins. So not a whole lot of time to try to deal with that and hope that he can make that start.
And the obvious of what, and obviously if we get to talk to Jake, he can tell us as well, but just the obvious of what a blister does is just your grip on the seam. I mean, being able, what you mentioned too earlier, Booney, was just the velocity, not being able to get the same rotation, being able to get the precise, what everyone has been raving about, what Arrieta has done throughout the entire spring training.
The command just simply wasn't there, and a blister would certainly, help explain a lot of that. And Chicago, buckle up for a lot of days of pickle juice. And you're going to hear about it all these next few days. Of what is Jake Arrieta doing to help that thumb?
Joe Panik, who is the DH in this game, lifts a fly ball to right center field, and it's going to drop. Looked like Hayward couldn't find it. He was battling the sun. You can see the shadows going out in his direction toward right field, and he just couldn't pick up the ball.
Well, he gets a good jump initially, and this is what a sun ball will do, is off the bat you're going to get the read, but as this ball gets more height and comes down, you see him just completely lose it. And it looked like he was almost trying to follow it, wait for it to come back out, which is what you do as an outfielder. And he's got everything. He's got the cap, he's got the glasses, but when it gets up in, especially this Arizona sun, bright, strong, you just hope it comes out where you positioned yourself. And for Hayward, he was about 3 feet off.
Well, that's where communication, Jess, and you know this as an outfielder, is critical, especially in these, in Arizona and Florida where the bright sun is out and you're playing these day games. Because that was high enough air to where two outfielders could have been able to converge on that, and had they had a high level of communication, maybe Fowler would have been able to come in there and save the day. But two mistakes now in right field for the Cubs and Jason Hayward. The relay in the first inning, that kind of in-between hop Zobrist that got by, that really took a potential play at the plate out of play, and now not dealing with the sun very well.
Batter Matt Duffy had an RBI double off the fence and right his first time up. Runner is going. Swing and a miss by Duffy, and a Panik into second without a throw. So stolen base for Panik. 1-2 now the count on Duffy.
And you could tell that was definitely a hit and run situation. Duffy left the zone in a big time way. It was just a breaking ball all the way, but that's one of those things here late in spring you want to find out. What are the combinations that can do those kinds of things? And other teams are also watching that. Who are they inclined to put these things on with? Duffy, certainly in that 3-hole, and a guy that does put the ball and play well, a candidate to be a hit and run type guy.
And one of the things he did extremely well last year as a rookie was drive in runs. Hit well with the runners in scoring position. Drove in 77 runs on the season. Did wear down a little bit towards the end of the year. Has come to camp this year 10 pounds heavier, hoping that being a little bit stronger means he'll be a little bit stronger near the end of the season. That breaking ball misses up and in. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Dan, and I talked to him today about that. He said he feels like there are things that he can do with the way that he eats that will help him with that. And he said, look, wearing down over the course of the season is not unexpected, but he feels like he just needs to make adjustments. He estimated that he was about 65% in terms of how vital he felt physically at the end of last season because of how he declined.
Well, I think what a lot of people forget is the minor league season ends 3-4 weeks before the major league season ends. So when you're a rookie, if you're going the distance, you're playing an extra month of baseball that your body's just not used to. Slashed foul off to the right.
And also remember, the Giants last year brought in Casey McGee to be their third baseman. and eventually Duffy just kind of outplayed him and won the job. But it's a different mindset when you hit the field in February at the start of spring training, where you're trying to make a club and make an impression. This year, understanding it's his job, he can kind of get himself ready now for the regular season, knowing it's him.
Jensen on a relief for Jake Arrieta. Full count on Duffy. Panic DHing today, but generally the second baseman for the Giants. And at second, Duffy, the third baseman. This considered to be, these two teams considered to have two of the very best infields in all of baseball. Chopper to short. Big hop. Russell stays with it and makes the play for the first out as Panic takes third. One of the unique things about the Giants infield is not only how good they are, but they all come out of the system. From Posey behind the plate, Belt at first, Panic at second, Crawford at short, and Duffy at third. This is a really strong group. And again, I just, other than Posey, I'm not sure this group gets the credit they deserve.
And they don't get the credit because I think people overlook the fact that what that does, what you're mentioning, that homegrown system. These guys have played together, not just in the big leagues, but through the minor leagues, through the same system. They understand the same philosophies. And then when they get up, there's just this understanding, and you can see that by the way that they play, the way that they communicate. You don't get the miscommunications that you've seen with other teams. It's something that's just understood. And there's not a lot of flash.
Right. Infield is in for the Cubs. The runner at third, one out in the bottom of the second. You can see the shadows from the light tower and from the stands on the third base side, so you have some kind of an idea of what Hayward was dealing with out in right field. Late afternoon game here in Arizona. Well, a lot of excitement around this Giants team, and it's not just because it's an even year. My understanding is half the Giants fans kind of love that narrative, and half the Giants fans kind of think it's ridiculous and never want to hear about it again. But they have won the World Series in 2010, 2012, 2014. Is it fate that they'll be the last team standing in 2016? Have the cards already been dealt? What do you guys think?
Well, I think they're definitely one of the favorites, but more than any other team, I think the Giants are very, again, health dependent. I don't see a lot of depth, and I feel like if one or two key guys go down for them, I think it hurts the Giants more than it will maybe some of the other high-end teams that have some built-in depth.
I think they have more depth than I think we think, though. I look at Christian Arroyo, who's their top prospect at shortstop. So if a guy like Crawford goes down, you have someone that possibly, I mean, prospect-wise, looks really, really strong. And then Mac Williamson, he's a guy that a lot of people don't know. Outfielders had a very strong spring. I like that there are more guys a year older now that have been great prospects that we've heard about that have started to prove themselves in the minor leagues. And same thing happened with Telby Tomlinson when he came up when Panic went down. I think there is more depth there than.
But I think, like, if Crawford goes down, I don't think they view Arroyo yet as a guy that can step in and really play it every day. I think if Crawford went down, it would be a case of, okay, we've got to go out and address this issue. I think the same would be said for the outfield, where Williamson has certainly made a statement this spring. I still think they view him as not a polished and finished product, especially when you're a Giants team that is expecting to compete for a championship.
One of the reasons they're expecting to compete for a championship is some of the additions they made in the offseason. Johnny Cueto signs for 6 years, Jeff Samardzija for 5, and Denard Span a little bit later signed for 3 years. Those three players, the Giants spent $251 million on those three players. So Samardzija has not had a great spring. In truth, the Giants starting pitching has been awful so far in the spring, and there's only so much stock you can put in spring training numbers, especially pitching numbers in Arizona where the air is thinner. But the collective rotation ERA for the Giants so far this spring is over 9. And you know, back in 2010, 2012, when you thought of this team, it was pitching. It's more offense right now. And will the starting pitching be good enough? What's Matt Cain's health situation like? Is he going to be able to answer the bell when the season starts? Was last year a blip for Samardzija? Can he get back? Can he pitch better than he did last year? And then, Jake Peavy, can he stay healthy and make 30 starts over the course of a season?
I think if they're healthy, the narrative will change to pitching. I think they live up to expectations so long as they stay healthy. Matt Cain may be a different issue because, he's been dealing with injuries for the better part of a couple years. But
Sun's an issue again, but Rizzo finds it in foul territory, 2 down. So here's how they line up right now in the rotation. Of course, the number 1 is Bumgarner, who hasn't had a great spring, dealing with a couple of injuries, but has an incredible track record. They signed Cueto, they signed Samardzija, Peavy, and they hope Cain is ready. Cain had a cyst removed from his arm early in the spring. He's a little bit behind. If he's not ready, Chris Heston figures to be in the rotation.
And I don't think it's a injury thing for Cain. I think it's a confidence thing. I just, from understanding and talking to the Giants.
Diving attempt by Bryant, but it drops to the grass, and into second base goes Belt. Panic comes in to score. To third is Posey, and it's 6-1 Giants.
And this is one of the problems. I mean, it's spring training, I get it, but playing multiple positions. Bryant's a third baseman. You put him in left field, you think, all right, same side of the field, but this is a read thing. I mean, this hit off the bat is dying, and Chris Bryant does a good job of reading it, but not of executing what he needed to do with the ball that's tailing away from him.
And guys, it's a great example of why Arizona is such a great place to hit, because the ballparks are big. Here it's 360 down the lines, 430 to straightaway center. It has a little Colorado feel to it, with the outfielders having to play deeper because the ball carries, so there's a lot more hits to be had out there. You play that in a regular season game, San Francisco, for example, that ball probably hangs up and is an out.
There's Brandon Crawford, walked with the bases loaded, his first time up.
Yeah, guys, I talked to Bruce Bochy before the game about what's been going on with his starting pitching. He kind of smiled. He said, wait till we get in our ballpark back in San Francisco. Then all those pitches, they're going to be beaten right into the ground.
It is a great pitcher's park and has been from the moment it opened. 2 pitches outside.
But getting back to Matt Cain, I mean, one of the biggest things, too, that Bruce Bochy has made pointing into coming even into spring training is that, hey, he ended the season. He had 5 scoreless innings on 65 pitches. I mean, he really made a point of emphasis of how he ended the season because his psyche is so important to his success.
Pitch gets past Montero to the backstop, and another run will score. Posey jogs home, Bell to third, and it's 7-1.
And that's something that injury, no injury, I mean, that's a huge part of what pitchers go through. How they handle the ups and downs. And for a guy like Matt Cain that maybe doesn't have the same stuff because he dealt with so many injuries, how does he handle it now with maybe not his best stuff?
Tough day for Joe Maddon so far. They're down 7-1. Justin Grimm is now up in the bullpen. Cubs were sure expecting a lot more innings out of Jake Arrieta. The blister prevented that. They've got a couple of major league relievers, including Grimm, and then they've got a few guys from the minors, including Jensen, who's getting some work here today. And a swing and a miss to end the inning. 2 more runs in for the Giants. 7-1 at the end of 2 here in Scottsdale.
My Prism solid mahogany.
More afternoon action for you that comes from the Grapefruit League. It'll be the Cardinals and the Mets at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Carl Ravitch, Dallas Braden, Tim Kirchin, Keith Law with the call. It'll also be streaming live on Watch ESPN and the ESPN app. Here in Scottsdale, all Giants so far up 7-1 as we go to the third. And Juan Perez will pinch it in the spot of the pitcher Jensen. The Cubs opting to have the pitcher hit today, with the intent being that Arrieta would get a couple of bats. The Giants opted for the DH. Perez is a former Giant. Spent some time with the Giants in 2013, 14, and 15.
Played a significant role in their postseason run in 2014. Got some big hits. Good defensive outfielder, able to play all three positions.
Drills one foul down the line. And we got word today that Shane Victorino, who's vying for a backup outfielder spot on the Cubs, Joe Maddon saying before the game he definitely will not start the season with the Cubs. He's been dealing with a calf injury. And whether that means he'll be on the DL or just won't be with the team remains to be seen. But there appears to be a backup outfielder's job still available on the Cubs, something that Perez and a number of others are vying for. Two. Low, full count. Matt Caesar is another guy. He spent some time with the Cubs last year. He'd love to have that spot again. We'll see him at this point. He has made the trip from Mesa to Scottsdale, so figures to get in later in the game. Up and away, ball 4. Third walk given up today by Bumgarner.
Someone else who was struggling a bit with his precision, Jake Arrieta, the first inning. And what I noticed was pop early on. Aaron Boone, you mentioned it too. Lower velocity. You see it right there with his fastball, leaving it up in the zone, and his curveball, leaving it hanging, just not getting that finish and that precision as you see a two-seamer kind of leak away from these lefties. And that's what we noticed was that blister on his thumb. So just not being able to get the grips that he normally gets and the finish that allows him for higher velocity and better precision with his pitches. Today, just a third inning, 4 hits, 5 runs. This is not the Jake Arrieta that has shown so far in spring training, which...
Up the middle, a base hit. Around second and on his way to third is Perez on a sharp single by Dexter Fowler.
It's hard to see Arrieta's name attached to that. It looked like the entire second half of the season, all he gave up in a third of an inning this afternoon, as Fowler rockets a ball back through the middle. And you've seen a couple emotional outbursts from Madison Bumgarner, who really cruised through the second inning after kind of laboring through the first, and then gets 1-2 on Perez before losing him with a walk. You saw some frustration on the mound, and there at an 0-1 pitch that he leaves out over the plate, Fowler rifles it back at him. So Bumgarner still just trying to find that release point, trying to find those good mechanics as we inch closer to opening day, showing a little bit of frustration here at times.
Outside, a ball and a strike on Hayward, who had a fly ball to center field his first time up.
Remember too, Bumgarner had injuries, his rib cage, his left foot. I mean, those are things that can kind of throw off, especially now what you see with his delivery and his timing. It's just a rhythm thing. He talked about that's why he was getting frustrated. It's not so much mechanical as it is just like any hitter would be, getting into that rhythm. And you can tell on some of his pitches he's just off that front shoulder and his lower half.
This ball ripped into right center field. It is down and will get all the way to the fence. In to score, Perez. In to score, Fowler on his way to third, standing up Hayward. 7-3.
Well, we talked about Anthony Rizzo and the adjustments he was able to make in his career against lefties. Similar for Jason Hayward. He's gotten better and better each year at handling lefties and excellent plate coverage there. And then one of the things that Jason Heyward brings to the table, outstanding speed, able to, as soon as this ball gets in the gap here, able to turn this into an easy stand-up triple with that good speed.
Chris Bryant now. Back in at third safely is Heyward. Let's go down to Buster.
So, Jake, describe exactly what happened with your thumb.
Yeah, well, I've had a slight reoccurring blister on the thumb, and I've really been battling it from kind of the dryness in Arizona. One of them opened up a little bit, had that heal, and then one has kind of been lingering for a couple days. But it's really been something I've been able to take quite good care of. It was pretty tender today. I had it covered with super glue. So when I was out there, I really wasn't able to put enough grip or enough grip pressure on all my pitches, and I really couldn't finish. So I feel fine. This is just something that was a precaution to kind of let heal over the next couple of days and kind of put it past me.
So what are they telling you in terms of how you treat it and going forward?
I think we're going to just kind of try and put a little Neosporin on there and allow it to heal over the next couple of days, and then try and get the skin to harden around it so it doesn't open up again. I'll throw a bullpen in 2 days, and I'm sure that by then it'll be fine.
Something you've dealt with in the past?
Not really. I mean, it was something that kind of came up this spring training, and something I really haven't had to deal with in the past couple years, but the dryness here can be an issue, and I'm just going to stay on top of it. Like I said, it was tender today. It didn't open all the way up, which is good. So really what we'll do now is just trying to harden the skin around it and find something better to cover it with moving forward.
Now, what was your conversation with Joe when he came to the mound? Were you just explaining what was happening?
Yeah, I mean, he asked how I felt. I told him it wasn't really that painful. I was just having a hard time applying the appropriate grip pressure, and that really affects the location, the command, and the finish and all my stuff. So I think it was a precaution just to get me out of there rather than trying to force the issue and pitch through it. I think it's smart to kind of give it a few days to calm down and let the skin kind of harden around it.
So just to be clear, it doesn't sound like you're at all concerned about this affecting you at the start of the season.
I mean, it's really not. Like, if you look at it, I mean, you can see it's there. It had split open a couple times, but it's something that I know if I give the appropriate time to and let it heal, it's going to be fine.
How do you feel physically besides that?
Feel great. Body's felt really good over the past few weeks. Been building the pitch count up. Body feels great, very mobile, and able to repeat my delivery from start to finish, and that's the most important thing right now.
Jake, thanks. Guys, back to you.
All right, Buster, thank you. And our thanks to Jake Arrieta for spending some time. Good of him after getting knocked out, if you will, of a game in the first inning to come on and tell everybody about it. It's the kind of thing, a blister, he says in 2 days he's going to pitch. I mean, he could be gone in 2 days, but they can linger too, right?
His lack of concern, I found a little bit startling, but when he said he's never dealt with this before,
right,
I think speaks to that lack of concern, because this is something they've got to stay on top of, because if this continues to open up from time to time, it becomes an issue every start, and then it becomes a huge problem. So I don't know about that bullpen in a couple days. If I'm the Cubs and Arrieta, I'm making sure this thing is calmed down and not just hardened, skinned around it.
Well, because you want the callus. I mean, that's the thing, is you want it to callus, where he's talking about the building of skin. You want it to just become something that's not going to open up and just becomes hard, but he needs to feel it. It's an important fine line between something that's just hardened skin and something you still feel the grip with.
So basically, whether you're a Cubs fan and your ace came out of the game with a blister, or you're a Giants fan and your ace has given up 4 hits and 3 walks and 4 runs in what's been a difficult spring for him, you got your head in your hands no matter which team you're rooting for right now, because opening day is a week and a half away.
No doubt about it.
Baseball fans love the worry. Great stop, long throw, but not in time. Zobrist with an infield hit.
Obviously, fans today, even walking around pregame, everyone's, gosh, this game, 5 or 6 innings, probably scoreless ball. It's just going to be Arrieta, Bumgarner. I mean, the expectation, even the field. I mean, when both these guys walked down to the field, people were applauding them. I mean, it had an opening day type feel to it. But this is also spring training for them. So this is a time they're working through things. I think Bumgarner probably, makes adjustments in a different way. But right now, he's trying to feel through this rhythm that he's obviously off with right now.
Look, so long as Bumgarner can get his pitch count up and he leaves this game feeling sound physically, meaning the rib issues that he's dealt with, the toe issue that he's dealt with, as long as he's okay there, I'm not at all worried about him, even though he's given up a ton of hits so far this spring. I just need his pitch count up and him feeling good. I'm confident he'll make the adjustment very early in the season to allow him to continue to be that ace. Health, the key for Bumgarner.
1-1 the count on Miguel Montero, who grounded out his first time. Bumgarner misses again. It's not just the hits. It's the 2-0s and the 2-1s and the 3-1s you're not used to seeing Bumgarner struggle with.
Yeah, and at times, even when he has gotten ahead, just having a difficult time putting hitters away in situations where he normally would. And I think that's where we've seen some of the frustration come out after a particular pitch.
And a weak ground ball out to Tomlinson at second will end the inning. The Cubs, though, get 3. And it's now a 7-4 game through 2.5. We're not going to go to break. We're going to be joined momentarily by Giants manager Bruce Bochy, live from the field, and get his thoughts on how things are going so far this spring. Last year, 84-78, 8 games back of the Dodgers, not a playoff team. Some 3 big signings, as we mentioned. Joked a little bit about the storyline of it being an even year as the Giants head into the season with a lot of optimism. I think we have Mr. Bochy with us on headset right now. Bruce, can you hear us?
Yeah, I got you.
There you are. Thanks for joining us. Dan, Jessica, and Aaron, tell us what you've seen from Bumgarner so far.
Well, he's been pretty good. He's got some walks that's unlike him, but uncommon for him. But, his stuff is fine. He had a little hiccup earlier, so he's just a bit behind. But, we plan on taking him up to around 75 pitches tonight. The arm strength is there. He's just missing spots.
When you look at all of your starting pitchers as a whole, knowing that it's spring training, what is that fine line of just kind of trying to make adjustments or just kind of chalking it up to spring training when you look at all of your pitchers, not just Bumgarner?
Well, we're just trying to build arm strength right now and they get their location. I mean, Arizona's a tough place to pitch. I mean, if you look at these ERAs, they're going to be up there. The ball flies here, hard infield. But more importantly, we just think it's important to get the strength there and the command and those secondary pitches going. Once you leave here, they'll see different action on those pitches. And so we're not so concerned with the results right now.
Boch, are you confident that Bumgarner is over the kind of nagging issues he's had with the toe and the rib earlier in spring?
I am, Booney. That foot was bothering him there for a while, but he says that's fine. That's cleared up. He had to change shoe size, not by 1, but by 2 sizes. Really? So I
said, think he'd have that ironed out at this point?
Well, you would. And I said, you know what, Bum, I'm not sure if I would admit that, but and he had that little spot in the rib cage area, and he says that's fine. He couldn't hit tonight. That's why we're going to the DH, and that killed him. But tomorrow he'll start hitting.
Boch, let's talk about your lineup a little bit. You got Span at the top. Pagan will be somewhere near the bottom. Duffy hitting third. You've got to love the length you've got in your lineup.
I do. It's really stretched out well, I think, this year. I just think it's going to be tough for me to figure out the 7, 8, 9 spot. We're pretty set early in the order, but Pagan could hit 9th. I could do that and hit the pitcher 8th there, which is something I haven't done a lot of.
So you are considering Pagan. Have you done that at all in your career?
Yeah, a couple times. This spring I did it earlier. I put Pagan in the 9 spot. Now that gives me Span and Pagan, 2 speed guys. And so it's something I'm thinking about.
Boch, thanks for joining us. We'll see you during the season.
All right, guys. Good talking with you. Thank you.
You too. Bruce Bochy. We talked a little bit earlier about Buster Posey being on a potential Hall of Fame track with what he's done. I think Bruce Bochy's past the potential Hall of Fame track. That man he's going to Cooperstown.
Yes, he is.
And deservedly so. Justin Grimm is the new pitcher for the Cubs. The right-hander last year had an ERA of 1.99 in 62 appearances. Gave up just 31 hits in 49 2/3, and he struck out 67 batters. He is a key cog in the Cubs' pen. The closer, of course, Hector Rondon. They have Grimm. They have Strop. And they have a bunch of guys who can start, relieve, be a swingman, righties, lefties. A lot of versatility again in that Cubs bullpen. That one off the glove of Zobrist into shallow center field, and Pagan is aboard to lead off the inning. We'll wait for the scoring. It's an error on Zobrist.
Yeah, Zobrist actually does a good job in going down to the ground to create a longer hop on this ball, but then just kind of clanks the ball. I don't know if he's dealing with some sun issues out there. You see a little bit of frustration on him because he reacted to that play correctly, just was not able to finish it.
Here's Kelby Tomlinson. Let's talk about Pagan and maybe hitting ninth. You know, Joe Maddon's done it. Tony La Russa did it. Other managers in the National League have done it occasionally. First pitch swinging, and Tomlinson lifts a fly ball to right field. Another tough chance. Hayward will make it on the track for out number 1. Do you guys like the possibility of Pagan hitting ninth and the pitcher hitting eighth?
Yes, I am a huge proponent of it if your personnel dictates it. And I think in the case of the Giants, if everything goes according to plan, I think the personnel tells you to do it. You know, or if you have a young player, an Addison Russell a year ago, trying to get comfortable at the big league level, I would rather have him hitting ninth with a real hitter hitting behind him. You know, in most cases, those key at-bats late in the game are going to come down to bench guys anyway, so that 8-hole becomes essentially a guy you have sitting over there on the bench.
I don't know if I like it with the Giants because I like that the top of this lineup is so on-base heavy already. Now, I could see if you're going with like what the Pirates are talking about, putting Andrew McCutchen up at the 2 spot. I could see having your pitcher batting 8, so you have 2 guys getting on base, so essentially he is a 3 guy. But to me, I look at the top of this lineup and I see not necessarily RBI guys. I see guys that get on base to help load the bases for Posey and Pence. I don't know if you need in that 9 spot another fast guy.
Yeah, but I think it makes Angel Pagan better because he's treated more like a hitter now with the one hitter hitting behind him. He's going to see better pitches, and now his speed bit can become a factor if he's getting on base. If he's hitting in the 8-hole, and there's not going to be a lot of stolen base opportunities with the pitcher hitting because you don't want to give up a potential out.
But it could even be a difference depending on if Bumgarner's hitting or somebody else. Maybe not. It might be an absolute thing. It might depend on the pitcher.
Bumgarner's a little different.
Yeah. He's an outlier.
You know, Bumgarner could hit 5th.
He's going to be your 4-hitter.
Another pitch gets away. I believe that is the 4th wild pitch already thrown by the Cubs in this game.
Well, you know, you talked about the shadows starting to creep in, and here they've definitely crept in, and it could be a little bit of an issue even for Montero here, as he's seeing Grimm with that power fastball and that power overhand curveball. 2 pitches now in the dirt that maybe Montero would normally handle. Rough day so far for the Cubs defensively, really around the diamond.
3-1 the count on Span. The infield is in again for the Cubs. Joe Maddon had a meeting, you alluded to it, Aaron, a little bit earlier with the hitters a couple of days ago, talking about fundamentals, among other things, getting runners in and that sort of thing. But this team is incredibly talented, but can they play tight, clean, fundamentally sound baseball?
And a big point of that meeting was it is so important to get off to a great start.
Urgency.
It's not so much work through early parts of the season, figure things out. No, okay, we're headed in. This is go time. We got 10 days till opening day, 11 days till opening day. This is the time because we have to get off to a good start. That is important for the psyche. It's important for the fans, the pressure, so many things that play in it for this Cubs team. And that's the point he wanted to make.
All you need to know about last year is they won 97 games and finished 3rd in their division. They had the 3rd best record in baseball and the 3rd best record in their own division. And they don't want to fall behind early this season. If you look at their schedule in April, and you hate saying it's an easy schedule, but they are spending some time with teams that don't expect to be contenders. Even if you get a little bit further beyond this, they'll play. You know, the Reds are not expected to be a contender. And there's a little bloop that's going to drop in for a base hit, and that'll get another run home. But if it's, for lack of a better term, easy early, it's going to get tough late. These things have a way of evening out. They also play Milwaukee in April. They play Atlanta in April. They only see St. Louis once in April, and they don't see Pittsburgh until May.
And it would seem that this division has a chance to be very similar to what it was a year ago. So mid-90s, even close to 100 wins, may be what it takes to get back to the postseason when you consider the Reds and the Brewers kind of in a rebuilding mode. The top 3 teams in this division are going to be tough.
Plus the fight for the wild card. I mean,
Yeah.
it pretty much was given. I mean, the Giants just really dwindled at the end of the last season. Now, of course, they're expected to win their division, but look at the Dodgers, you look at the Diamondbacks, who are now a contender. I don't think the wild card is an easy get this season.
Runner goes, and Span will steal it easily on the one-hop throw by Montero.
So even if you are third best in your division, that division might not send a team.
The National League, guys, is going to be so polarized this year. That's the expectation among some of the players I've spoken with, because of each division. It seems like there are two teams that either are rebuilding or they're not poised to win this year. And I've had executives say, if you want to make the postseason, you better win maybe 93, 95 games.
Another base hit. Panic's third of the game already. Span getting the wave and is out at the plate on a throw from right by Hayward.
You want to see how ridiculous Jason Hayward's arm is. Watch him even hesitate. He watches. Is he going? Is he going? Gets a better grip, and then he fires. He didn't even come up right away. I mean, he could have hosed him by 3 or 4 feet, but he almost toyed with him, making sure he had a good hold on it. Perfect throw at home.
The carry on that ball, Jess, when it came out of his hand, I thought it was going to bounce. That ball just continued to travel right in the air and right on home plate. What a throw.
So 2 down, and here's Duffy.
I'm an outfielder. How many times with your momentum? Because it's the reason why they call that a do or die is because you're putting everything into it so that your throw is perfect. He took another extra step and a half to kind of, let me get a grip, here we go.
Got that right.
And with the sun, he might not even know where home plate is right now. Look at him right now. He does not want anything hit to him in the air over the next couple of innings. You know, Buster made the point about each division and the rebuilding teams. It's like there's no middle class in the National League right now. I mean, you've got teams that look like they're going to be great and teams that look like they're rebuilding, and not that many teams in the middle. Obviously, when the records all come out at the end of the year, some of them will be.
It feels like there's 8 real contenders for the 5 playoff spots. And as we
so you're giving me Washington and the Mets,
Washington and the Mets,
the 3 in the Central,
and the
3 in the West, and you got Arizona as one of the 3.
And I got Arizona as one of the 3. Yeah. And then maybe that team, the Marlins, feel like one of that team that could kind of go either way.
Yeah, I agree. Now, if you would just make your picks, you've got multiple emails, and I know how much you hate getting multiple emails. You've got multiple emails about making your picks.
You got about 5 or 6 days to chew on it. A lot can happen, Dan. A lot can happen.
For better, for worse, I fired mine off today.
I know.
Have you done yours yet?
Jess is grinding.
No?
She's grinding over these picks. It's tough.
And honestly, we got to see the Cardinals and the Red Sox earlier this week. You know, I was really anxious to see the Cubs in action. I know it's spring training, but there's something important about being able to see how hitters are adjusting, how teams with a ton of talent are able to kind of work together. And that plays an important role if you're expected to win 95 games just to make it to the postseason.
Ranging to his left is Russell, and he'll throw out Duffy to end the inning. One more run for the Giants, but it would have been worse but for the throw from Jason Hayward on the money at home plate.
I don't know. What do you think?
Baseball on ESPN, presented by Head & Shoulders. Top of the fourth inning at Scottsdale, 8-4. The Giants lead the Cubs. Hasn't been easy for Madison Bumgarner. 4 runs on 5 hits. He's walked 3. Has struck out 2, but he had a better day than Jake Arrieta did. Arrieta battled a blister, didn't get out of the first inning, and gave up 5 runs all earned. Bruce Bochy told us when we interviewed him between innings an inning ago that they wanted to get Bumgarner up to about 75 or 80 pitches. He's over 60 already pitching here in the 4th, so he may not go further than this inning, but I guess the number of pitches more important than the number of innings at this point, just to build the arm strength. Giants will open up on the road at Milwaukee on April the 4th, 3-game series before they come home to face the Dodgers for 4. They'll see the Dodgers in 7 of their first 13 games. Boy, the Dodgers are having a tough spring in the health department, aren't they?
They made that bet on depth, and they're having to tap into it early this season.
Ethier out for a long time. Seager's got a bad knee. Brett Anderson out. Mike Bolsinger out. Hyunjin Ryu not back yet.
Justin Turner had battled some injuries coming in.
Fly ball into shallow center field. Plenty of time for Span. As big as the moves were that the Giants made in the offseason, if you look at the National League West, Arizona is the team. I mean, I think the wow moment of the offseason might have been Zach Greinke signing with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Well, and the fact that it came together by all accounts in really a 24, 36-hour period. The Diamondbacks were not one of the teams in, and then all of a sudden they jumped in and were able to close the deal. And not only add an ace to their rotation, but take an ace from one of their division rivals.
Here's Candelario. Struck out in his first at bat.
I'm excited to see that battle in NL West when we talk about the Dodgers and the challenge with their depth now with some injuries. But I think the Diamondbacks, I know a lot of people think they're overrated because they go and sign one big pitcher. I mean, Shelby Miller, that's going to be a big one that people are going to look to see what he provides.
There's a high fly ball to deep left field. It is gone. Jeimer Candelario hits a home run off Madison Bumgarner.
Well, guys, Candelario continues what's been an eye-opening spring training for him, the young, as Madison Bumgarner tries to bury the slider, or actually it's a fastball he tries to get in on his hands, and it's down, but he doesn't get it in far enough, and Candelario just drops the head on it and gets it up in this thin air here and rides it out at Scottsdale Stadium. Candelario making an impression this March for the Cubs. And it's no accident that Bryant's in left field and he's at third base. This is something they could potentially envision, if not this year, certainly down the road. That's what they feel about Candelario as a prospect going forward.
You like Bryant in the outfield more than Bryant at third base?
Not necessarily, but I think Bryant, I like him enough to where, depending on your personnel, you can kind of plug him in where you see fit.
Tricky hop for Matt Duffy at third, and Matt Rose, an infielder with the Cubs organization, spent last year at A-ball, is safely across at first base.
This is a tough backhand. You see Duffy going to his right. He just doesn't stay down as he's trying to come through it. Does a good job of getting there, but watch his glove just try to pick up.
He doesn't finish. He's got to completely run through that ball. He kind of gives ground, and it was an in-between hop, which essentially becomes a do-or-die play. If he continues to fight through that, maybe he gets to the shortstop and is able to make that play. Short hop, I should say.
Going back to the Bryant conversation, third base playing left field, Joe Maddon said just before the game, too, he's a guy that he still like to see at shortstop in some games this season. I mean, he's constantly trying to move his players around. Talk about get comfortable being uncomfortable. It could be a theme across the board, but for this Cubs team, I don't think there's a position that he wants any of his players to ever feel uncomfortable. He's going to put him there.
If you're Candelario, the fact that it came to a spring training game, you're still going to tell the story just as well when you tell it for many, many years about hitting a home run off Bumgarner. Now the ball, some trouble out in left field for Pagan, and both runners will take an extra base. Boy, it's been a sloppy game all the way around. A single and an error, and the runners are at second and third.
Well, Dexter Fowler hitting from his right side, his better side this afternoon, rifles another ball, and this ball just skips off Angel Pagan and heads up base running to get in there to third base with less than 2 outs.
And with a runner on base, that's not a ball you go to your knee to.
Right.
I mean, and I get it, the way that the grass is cut, it's a TV game. They're making it, and you can kind of get some bad hops, but the runner on first base, the only time you do that is nobody on, go to a knee, take your time. That's not the situation.
There's Jason Hayward, a swing and a miss. Hayward with a fly ball and a 2-run triple.
What?
Checks the swing, but he takes strike 2. Eight runs on 9 hits and an error for the Giants. 5 runs on 8 hits and an error for the Cubs. It has not been a masterpiece as Hayward fouls it back. Hayward, one of the key pieces in a some major changes for the Cubs. They went out and spent some money, $184 million to get Hayward. They got Ben Zobrist. The Mets thought they had him. He wound up with the Cubs, and then John Lackey. Again, like you talked about, Greinke going from one division rival to another. Lackey from the Cardinals to the Cubs, and then Dexter Fowler, who they thought was gone. They thought he was going to the Orioles. He comes back, takes fewer years, less money, and he is back with the Cubs. What about the addition of John Lackey? 37 years of age, says he feels as good as he has in years. Obviously a proven big game pitcher, that goes without saying. So your rotation at the top is Arrieta, Lester, Lackey.
Well, I think we've seen the best John Lackey we've seen at any time in his career the last 2 seasons. And I think going through all that he went through in Boston with the Tommy John injury, with kind of really being criticized in Boston. I think at that time in his career really was a wake-up call.
Hayward.
What is going on between Hayward and Bumgarner here?
After he struck out looking, he said something to Bumgarner.
Bumgarner's looking like he's saying, okay, like, I got it now. Like maybe there was a misunderstanding or something. Once Bumgarner had it cleared up, he walks away. Hayward is still steamed. Boy, you don't see this in March very often.
As soon as he struck out, he stood there, and
that might be the end of the day for Madison. Look, Madison's been emotional all afternoon. We've seen outbursts, and my guess is Hayward probably wanted him to check the swing, and Madison Bumgarner said,
yeah, he's talking straight.
Oh, wow.
Bumgarner's got like, are you talking to me?
And this could be one of those misunderstandings, too, where he's saying something positive. You know, hey, that was a great pitch, nice job, whatever. But all Bumgarner saw is, hey, you're talking to me? You want to talk to me?
Tempers flaring a little bit here in March. Bumgarner's afternoon is done. 5 runs allowed for Madison Bumgarner. Bruce Bochy making a pitching change. calmed down a little bit, but Jason Heyward and Madison Bumgarner, whether it was a misunderstanding, it's tough for us to know right now. We'll show you some replays as time allows, but again, kind of unusual for a spring training game. The new pitcher for the Giants is left-hander Braulio Lara. 27 years of age, from the Dominican Republic. Spent some time at both AA and AAA last year. Originally in the Tampa Bay Rays organization, spent a little time in the Marlins organization too, now in his second year with the Giants. As the 0-1 to Bryant is hit in the air, right center field. The outfielders converge. Span finds it, makes the catch, and the inning is over. Bumgarner's day is over as well. Heyward unhappy, kind of looking out to the mound, didn't say anything, and Bumgarner says, "Are you talking to me?" Celebrate opening day. Show your team pride by wearing your favorite cap on April 4th and share on social media using hashtag #CapsOn for a chance to win prizes. Tune into all the opening day action April the 4th on ESPN. We've got 3 games on Sunday the 3rd, 4 games on Monday the 4th on the ESPN family of networks. And we've got Brandon Gomes in the game now for the Cubs. Already the 4th pitcher of the game for Chicago. Buster Posey leads it off and takes outside. To the infield now in shade. Shadows still a factor out in right field. And we're going to show you momentarily, as time allows, a little bit more about that Heyward Bumgarner situation, because there might have been a little bit more to it. Detective Boone is on the case. You think you uncovered something?
Well, I thought it was weird when they initially were like, "Oh no, I wasn't talking to you," when it blatantly looked like Heyward was obviously looking out there. But what we were able to find in between innings is definitely clears things up a little bit anyway.
The sun's still an issue out in the outfield, especially right field, center field to a certain extent as well for fans. Out beyond the fence in right field. These late afternoon games are tough as that pitch misses inside a full count.
And that's the worst. I mean, I think the obvious for outfielders is usually when you're thinking when the ball's hit, you can't see it out, you know, coming out of the sun. But if you can't see it off of contact, I mean, that is everything, because it's your reads, it's your jumps. And that's where I think you get a little frustrated right now when you see them covering their hat trying to see in.
Ball 4. All right, Aaron, take us through the situation. Tell us what you see.
All right, clearly Dexter Fowler is giving something to Jason Heyward, whether it be location, whether it be the pitch, whatever. Now watch right here. Heyward looks out, we think, to Bumgarner, but he's actually communicating with Fowler. And Fowler kind of nods his head like, yeah, okay, we weren't on the same page, obviously, in our communication. And that is a mistake, frankly, for Jason Heyward to be that demonstrative about it. That's something you talk about when you get back to the dugout. If you're relaying signs with that, you don't want to let the other team know, certainly, or now the rest of the league, that, hey, you and Fowler are communicating something from second base to you as a hitter. Now teams will be on alert for that.
It's something everybody does, but nobody acknowledges they do.
No, I think you acknowledge, and I absolutely think it is part of the game. But you can't let on that you're blatantly do it, and that's what happened right there.
As soon as the conversation began between Heyward and Bumgarner clearly was saying, are you talking to me? I mean, you could read his lips, and Heyward tapped his chest, and whatever Heyward said in one sentence completely worked for Bumgarner. He was completely fine with it, and the situation was over.
Saying, no, I got a bad location for my guy on second. They're still talking about it, Heyward and Fowler out there, but that's something. Look, you go communicate behind closed doors. Hey, you know, were you giving me in there? Did he miss his spot possibly? So possibly it was Bumgarner missing a side of the plate that he thought it was going to.
And he's just saying maybe we do thumbs up, thumbs down next time instead of a straight up stare down. And I mean, I think even beyond if it's location, I think also sometimes you look at the runner, hey, is that there? Did I miss that strike? Like, I think it could be either one. The point is he's communicating to Fowler and staring without realizing that the pitcher is right in between.
Hunter Pence is the batter. A base hit and a run scored. He's also popped out. In the air to right. It's carrying. Heyward is back, and it is gone. An opposite field two-run home run for Hunter Pence. And it is 10-5.
Hunter Pence cannot have the season start fast enough. He is on a home run tear. We saw him with a hanging breaking ball rifle a ball to right field earlier, and here he gets a fastball, four-seam fastball up around the belt. That short, compact swing just rides it out of here in this high desert air to deep right field.
There's Brandon Belt. First pitch swinging and a fly ball to left for Bryant. Brandon Crawford, who's coming up right now, was on the field before the game. They had like the clubhouse attendants and the medical staff and the video staff and the training staff. They had their own little baseball competition for the players. Of course, these guys are imitating Brandon Crawford with his hair out at shortstop. There's the getting to meet the real thing right there.
Gold glove right there.
Yeah.
A hitting contest, a race.
Another deep fly ball. It'll be a double for Crawford. Man, the Giants are having some swings today against the Cubs.
I always loved hitting in Arizona.
Oh, my gosh.
Because the ball just carries. Yep. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Brandon Crawford because he hit that hard, but that's a fly ball out in another state. But here it keeps on going. I'm surprised it didn't even leave the park with that one. that's hard as an outfielder sometimes because you're going back thinking, I got this, because off the bat your read is that's a pop fly to me, and then it keeps going.
You know, from the travel roster the Cubs provided us with, they have 7 pitchers with them today. Arrieta obviously was expected to go more than a third of an inning. They were hoping for probably 5, maybe 6 innings from him. So there's 1 out here in the 4th inning, and the Cubs are already on their 4th pitcher. So from what we know, they've got 3 more left.
Mesa's not too far away.
They're getting on the phone right now. Yeah. Hey, number 86, what are you doing tonight? There's Angel Pagan.
Test out Chris Bryant's arm.
That's right.
Bring in Hayward. I mean, that throw to home. I think he could close the end of the 9th.
Let me get back, Booney, to the giving location a little bit from second base. So the idea is that the runner at second base is going to tell you inside or outside, or what kind of pitch it is, but it's mostly location more than the type of pitch, right?
Yeah, I mean, it can certainly vary, but it maybe appeared that it was a location thing there, and sometimes the pitcher doesn't oblige, though. He misses the location he's going to, and that felt like what the communication was that was going on between Fowler and Hayward.
But he got a fastball, right? So he was obviously under the impression he was going to get either a breaking ball or a fastball in a completely different location.
Possibly. It's impossible to know for sure, but there was definitely communication going on there.
Well, it's a good thing they can both laugh about it.
And if you got crossed up,
They almost got in a huge fight with probably the one guy you don't want to get in a fight with.
You just don't want everyone knowing about it, and that's not something you can communicate after the fact walking back to the dugout. That's something you talk about behind closed doors to kind of try and iron out, okay, what were you seeing, what were you giving.
There's ball 4. Have you ever seen that where one teammate visibly looked at another teammate and said, you gave me some bad info there? In that kind of a situation?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, there's probably been a level of frustration or like, hey, you got that one wrong. But it's not always caught on camera, where you definitely see 2 guys. And when you're so blatant about it to where the other pitcher gets involved because you think maybe he's talking to you.
But the whole point's the subtleness.
Yeah.
I mean, as a runner at second, anytime I was given signs, it was like a right hand on my right knee means this side of the plate, left hand on my left knee means that side of the plate. It might do a scratch on my forehead, something off speed. I mean, you have those signals down, so the whole point is that no one else knows.
There's Kelby Tomlinson, 0 for 2.
I've even called timeout from center field before and come in and told my pitcher, hey, they got your signs, buddy. Like, I'm watching this runner at second. It's obvious for me standing behind him.
Well, that's the kind of thing, Aaron and Jess, although both of you guys say it happens a lot. You know, the team on the other side can get a little bit upset, even if they do it themselves sometimes. I mean,
well, that's why the catcher has a mix of signs that they go from. I mean, I picked them from, you just would look at sequencing. You always loved it when someone had like 1 or 2 signs they'd throw down. But if they can get, like, you'll see some catchers hitting the chest protector. They'll go to different locations so to mix up the runner on second base to make sure they don't pick it.
2-2 on the way, and it's in the dirt, and that will be the 5th wild pitch thrown by the Cubs today. This has been a mess for the Cubs. Hasn't been a masterpiece for the Giants, but it has been ugly for the Cubs. So the infield will come in again. Ball 4, missing badly. And the bases are loaded. So Brandon Gomes has faced 6 batters. He's only retired 1. He's walked 3 of them. And it's been Wild pitch after wild pitch. That first one and that one actually may have been scored pass balls. We'll have to go back and check. We're under the impression they have all been scored wild pitches. It just keeps on coming.
Montero getting his money's worth behind the plate, and I agree with you, Dan. I think the first two was almost a mix-up. Those balls have to be caught by Montero, but the last three, I mean, you're literally feeling like a backstop.
Ball ripped foul down the right side.
Booney, I just want you to know that if you and Dan have signals going on and you try staring at him to kind of like, I'm going to go Bumgarner on you. So make sure you guys get your communication down. I'm sitting in the middle.
There's only one signal I give him. That's the Heisman.
Just go ahead.
And he knows that one.
Yeah. I just want to put it out there. You're talking to me?
Yeah.
I think I threw a Bitmoji at both of you with my signal today.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. Didn't see that one coming.
Nope.
We might need a little intervention with you after the game tonight.
Feeling a lot of anger.
1-1 on Span. Fourth inning, and he's batting for the fourth time. Man. Gomes keeps looking down at the mound as if he's not comfortable where he's landing. And they, again, as Aaron said, Mesa's not that far away, but there may be somebody who was kind of home watching TV tonight who may be on his way to the ballpark right now if they don't have enough pitchers to finish this game. We've only got 3 more names on the travel roster. Neil Ramirez, who's been with the Cubs, battled some injuries last year, and then Starling Peralta and Jeffrey Antigua from the minor league camp.
I did see Rick Sutcliffe down there. Chris Bosio's the pitching coach.
Yeah.
So you never know.
Yeah.
We may get Sut going.
Come on, Sut, loosen up.
Crank it up, buddy.
The fans would love that.
He'd rather hit. If you asked him, he'd rather go up there and hit, probably.
He's looking mean right now.
He's
Yeah,
looking mean.
a little intense.
Goatees in midseason form. Giants have scored in every inning. In fact, of the 4 innings, the 8 half innings that we've had so far, the only inning in which a team did not score was the top of the second. Another pitch in the dirt, and the count is full. If you're Joe Maddon, you've got a problem right now. You know, Gomes has already walked 3, a number of pitches in the dirt. Might be on the verge of walking in a run here. He just yeah, that look says it all. He just doesn't have many options right now. And there is somebody throwing in the pen at the moment. Left-hander, so it must be Antigua. Ball 4 and another run home. Fourth walk given up in the inning by Gomes. So there is Jeffrey Antigua. Cub pitchers have thrown 115 pitches to get 10 outs.
Montero's going with a kind of a slow walk there. Almost as if he's stalling a little to give that pitcher time to perhaps get loose, because Gomes is really scuffling right here.
Joe Panik is already 3 for 3.
He's had big misses, and he keeps kind of playing with that right hand. You see him trying to get a good grip, wiping the sweat off. I'm surprised he hasn't utilized that rosin bag that's at the back of the mound. But between every pitch, he's wiped his hand down, kind of tried to adjust. Anytime you get big misses like that, grip is the big thing, and that's what you saw with Arrieta earlier. Found out later it was because of the blister, and he wasn't getting that finish that he wanted. Joe Panik dealing with a little bit of sun too. You saw him getting him in the batter's box.
Down and away, ball 3.
You know, another thing is Brandon Gomes, from what I know, is typically a kind of a low 90s fastball. Several of these pitches, I think, are fastballs at 81, 82, 83 miles an hour. So you wonder if something's going on there as well.
Strike 3 on the inside corner. Gomes gets panicked.
I mean, that was the best, I think, radar gun reading we've seen. That was 86 miles an hour on that fastball. He's not acting as though he's hurt or anything.
So 2 down. Here's Duffy. Doubled in a run in the first. He's grounded out twice. 11-5, the Giants lead in the bottom of the 4th inning.
To your point, Booney, though, when he had some of those wilder pitches, they were getting 91, 92, and I think for him right now, he's probably just to find the strike zone, maybe slowing it down a little bit, whether it's a grip thing or whatever it was. But earlier in this inning, when he had pitches that were going to the backstop, it seemed like he just wanted to take something off of it so that he could find the plate.
Although those are back-to-back heaters, though, and they're registered at 81 and 85, and it looks like a max effort cutting loose of a fastball. There's obviously a breaking ball, but man,
not a lot of good news in this one so far for the Cubs. On the mound, defensively, in terms of communication between Fowler and Hayward and that whole situation. And there's a ways to go. Playable for Hayward, and the inning is over. 3 more runs for the Giants. 11-5 at the end of 4.
Hear that?
Live with the MLB.com At Bat app. Stay connected all spring with the radio broadcast, video highlights, stats, news, and more. Download MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone and tablet. Back in Scottsdale, along with Buster Olney, Aaron Boone, Jessica Mendoza, I'm Dan Schulman. We go to the 5th inning, and this is veteran left-hander Javier Lopez. 38 years of age, has been with the Giants since 2010, and he has been one of the best lefty specialists in the game in recent years. Had a 1.60 ERA last year.
Yeah, it is truly a specialist. 77 appearances last year, just 39 1/3 innings.
A lot of familiar names still in that pen, along with Lopez. Romo's been there forever. Casillas been there forever.
A good little matchup for Rizzo, too.
Yep.
Lopez known dominating lefties. They only hit a $112 off of him last season. Doesn't get a lot of strikeouts, but he can usually dominate both sides of the plate, especially the right side of these lefties.
Full count on Rizzo. Rizzo's got an RBI single, and he's grounded into a double play. 11-5. The Giants lead the Cubs here in the top of the 5th inning. Ball 4. Well, a loss in the baseball world in the last couple of days. One of the real gentlemen of the sport, a 9-year major league career, including winning a World Series with the Cardinals in 1946, and a Hall of Fame broadcaster for many, many years with NBC, and worked in Arizona as well. Just a guy, when you saw Joe Garagiola, you just felt baseball. It was baseball when he was there. He loved the game. He absolutely loved the game, and he will be missed.
I don't think it's a stretch to say one of the reasons I'm sitting here is the influence of guys like Joe Garagiola. You know, I grew up listening to Harry Kalas and Richie Ashburn with the Phillies, but game of the week every week I was glued to my couch watching Joe Garagiola, watching him do postseason games and World Series games, and I can hear him. He just got picked off at the most inopportune time of his life. I say that line all the time, and it was a Joe Garagiola line in a game. He will be missed.
There's a ball hooked into left field, a base hit for Zobrist.
I always like the humor, too, and I think that's an important aspect for someone that grew up, Vince Scully, growing up in L.A., and to hear Garagiola a lot of times just be able to kind of entertain. And I think that's something that gets missed a lot of times when people think about being in the booth and being a commentator. Is obviously you want the knowledge, you want to talk the game, but I think there's a component there that he would just make you laugh.
Yeah. He was unique. He was,
yep.
I don't know if folksy is the word I'm looking for, but he just made you feel like you knew him when he was broadcasting it.
No doubt.
Very relatable.
Let's go down to Buster with more.
Guys, I think of the relationship that he had with Yogi Berra, who's a childhood friend from the Hill in St. Louis, and they remained close throughout their entire lives. And I was listening again this morning to Garagiola's Hall of Fame speech when he was given the Ford Frick Award in 1991. And he said that when he called Yogi to tell him that he had gotten this award, and of course Yogi by that point had been a longtime Hall of Famer, he called to tell him he was going to be Cooperstown making a speech. Yogi's response was classic Yogi, "What took you so long?"
Meanwhile, Matt Duffy, Booney, you played third. You could see, do I go to third? Do I throw to second? He was waiting for the second baseman to get to the bag, and on a play where they could have gotten one, maybe could have gotten two, they don't get anybody.
Well, yeah, he was giving Tomlinson a chance to get to the bag, and then Tomlinson's dealing with the sun that's setting behind third base right now. It wasn't a great throw, but I think it was more a factor of him losing the ball in the sun at second base.
I don't need him against these lefties.
The error charged to Duffy, so the bases are loaded with nobody out. On a walk, a base hit, and an error. And here's Addison Russell 0 for 2. Chopper up the third baseline is going to stay fair, and it'll be a base hit. No play for Duffy as a run comes in to score. And that'll bring up Jeimer Candelario, 22-year-old minor leaguer with a thrill last time up when he took Madison Bumgarner deep.
Well, I think what the Cubs have liked in his bat all spring training is the fact of how hard he's hit the ball to all fields, and he just looks very calm, very relaxed for a guy that's really trying to make a push to prove that he belongs in this big league roster, although he'll probably start down in AAA. When you think about depth, it's a big word that gets thrown around. Obviously a lot now. You'll hear a lot more of it as injuries come into play early in the season, mid through the season, but the Cubs, man, they've got a lot of it.
Into center field, a base hit. 1 run home on the play, everybody else up a bag, and it's 11-7. Good day for Candelario.
Well, and it's a big deal. The guy that played in A-ball and Double-A to come on this trip against Madison Bumgarner with what is essentially the starting lineup for the Chicago Cubs, getting an opportunity to get these at-bats, I think speaks to how highly Joe Maddon and the Cubs think of him. And he's handled himself, obviously, very well this afternoon. Another RBI there.
So a meeting on the mound is another one of the Cubs' bright young prospects, part of the next wave of future Cubs, comes to the plate. Wilson Contreras, a young catcher they are very, very excited about.
When we talk about depth, though, the thing is where do these guys begin to fit as they come up? When you think about Contreras, the Cubs are looking like they're going to have 3 catchers already. With Ross, with Montero, with Kyle Schwarber, who isn't here today, who plays left field, but it's also a very good catcher. And then you got this stud, who's just proven that he is somebody that's going to be an impact catcher for this team.
Well, you know, it sounds like maybe we're starting to enter into a little hyperbole here, but because we've talked a lot about Candelario, but this is the guy that they feel like is a future star behind the plate. All the tools, offensively an outstanding hitter, but all the things you like to see from a receiving standpoint, from a throwing standpoint, from an investment in putting in the work kind of in the classroom, so to speak, to really get on the same page with pitchers and understanding game planning and calling games. They feel like maybe a year from now, you're going to start to see him behind the plate.
But there's some natural humility that these guys have to have. And a lot of times when you get a top prospect, they've been good their whole life. They've been told how good they are, and the path is just kind of paving for them. For these Cubs, a lot of these guys that are studs, the path isn't necessarily there. It's blocked. And they have to earn their way. They have to prove themselves because there's a lot of studs ahead of them. But I think it keeps them a little bit more humble than they might have naturally been just coming through.
There you go. Yes, he did, and the count is full. Contreras is walking away. He thought he had struck out, I think. No, here, can I come back?
No, I think he's part upset a little bit at the call, part upset at himself that he expanded his strike zone. Kind of an off-speed pitch there off a lefty. Slowed this thing back down. And
ball 4. Lopez really struggling as that forces in another run. And Bruce Bochy's on his way to the mound. Javier Lopez, there was an infield hit, there was an error, but also 2 legit singles, a couple of walks, and he does not get an out as he leaves the game. 11-8 here in the 5th inning.
A Masters moment.
They got high expectations heading into 2016. Could Bruce Bochy and company be the last team standing again this year? They certainly consider themselves a contender. And even though the starting pitching specifically, has not been great for them here in the spring, it's hard to disagree with the fact that they're a contender. Bruce Bochy, one of just 10 managers in Major League history to win 3 or more World Series. Left-hander Josh Osich is into the game for the Giants. After Javier Lopez did not record an out, Osich went 2-0 with a 2.20 ERA in 35 appearances last year for San Francisco.
He had a velocity increase too last season, about 4 miles per hour on his fastball. He's got a nice circle change. Neutralizes these righties. But I think command has probably been the theme. Both sides, pitchers here in this game at least, it has been an issue.
Dexter Fowler has walked and singled twice. It's 11-8 in the top of the 5th inning. Skips into the outfield. 1 run home. Here comes the throw from Pagan. It's cut. 2 runs will score, and it's 11-10.
Well, another tough chance for Duffy, but a play that certainly he can make. And it's a tough in-between hop that, again, like that play he had earlier was a backhand. This is a little different to the forehand. You know, he kind of lays back just a little bit, and it turns into an in-between hop again. If he works hard to fight through that short hop, it turns into an easier play. But a tough chance nonetheless.
There's Jason Hayward. Think he's getting location from second base? Just ask. No. Doesn't want to put Contreras, the kid, out there at second in that situation. At the knees, 1-1. Hayward 1 for 3, hit a 2-run triple back in the 3rd. So it looks like the outfield alignment is going to be Hayward in right, Fowler in center. Schwarber will get a lot of time in left, but Schwarber's also expected to catch some this year. And from the sounds of it, could be the personal catcher for Jason Hamill. David Ross would be the personal catcher for John Lester, as he was last year. And then Miguel Montero would catch the other 3. So that opens up a little bit of room in the outfield when Schwarber's behind the plate for a guy like Jorge Soler, who played right field last year, but he figures to play left field this year, perhaps in kind of a soft platoon with Schwarber, also depending on Schwarber's catching responsibilities. And Javier Baez is a guy who's kind of expanded his versatility and can play some center field. So they got some options out there.
And I think that's something that, you know, Schwarber isn't just a catcher in left field. I mean, he is someone that has really worked it out. Granted, he's not a natural outfielder, but I was impressed with him throughout the season last year. He had a couple errors against the Mets, and I feel like that is probably what everybody is remembering of him and thinking, is he really a left fielder? But this is a guy, I had a chance to kind of work with him in spring training, and he is really trying to be a great outfielder.
Well, and the Cubs feel like it's been a bad label that's been put on him. They feel like he's every bit capable of being a decent left fielder in this league, and they feel like that game, that Met game, kind of defined who he was, especially a guy going there for the first time.
Yeah, and I think that's what happens is you do play a position for the first time, and when your adrenaline's going, that's when things like errors come to be, reads, the things you naturally were doing, but he's working on it.
Swing and a miss, and Hayward is gone. And that is the long-awaited first out here in the 5th inning. That's why you hear the ovation of that magnitude. And they probably don't like Hayward because they may not know exactly what happened last time. All they know is they think
he stared down.
That he ticked off Bumgarner. Here's Chris Bryant, 1 for 2 with a walk.
Osich, another one of those guys that figures prominently in this, which should be another good bullpen for the Giants. He struggled this spring, but he kind of burst on the scene and established himself. Hard throwing lefty, as Jess mentioned, but they want to get him rolling here these final days of spring because he can be a key cog in that bullpen core.
And that's why I think watching him, just these last few pitches, last few batters, I should say, is just trying to establish against these right-handed hitters with that fastball, and then coming back with the circle change. Does a good job. Same arm speed, making them look almost like identical pitches.
A little bit of sunlight still in the bleachers out in right field. Closing in on 6:30 local time here in Arizona, 11-10.
Not what you were expecting when you heard that Arrieta and Madison Bumgarner were starting.
No. Can we redo our open, Andy?
Yeah. We're thinking Bumgarner, Arrieta, they're going to get 6, maybe get into the 7th inning today.
I think the Cubs thought the same. They piled up the bus with not too many pitchers. The crowd today, I mean, there was a line down the street to get in early. Packed house.
And now that sun starts to go down, I'm seeing a lot of short sleeves out there in the desert. A little temperature drop once that sun goes down. You have to pull off that jacket on.
You got a jacket?
Something in the bag.
Yeah.
He wore sleeves 4 days ago in Florida.
Yeah.
A little breezy.
This ball well struck to right center field, over the head of Span and all the way to the wall. On his way to third is Bryant, and he's in there in a headfirst slide as improbably the Cubs have taken the lead. 7 runs here this inning.
And this is a little bit of a new Chris Bryant. This is a power guy that normally I think would try to just crush this pitch, but watch him just throw his hands. I mean, you think about the strength. He doesn't even finish his swing. I mean, watch him just get to contact, kind of just throw his barrel to this ball. This is a strikeout opportunity for him last year because he tries to crank this pitch. Now he goes with it, and look how far he's able to hit it. And this is something that he has tried to work on as he extends this into a triple.
12-11 Cubs as Anthony Rizzo takes inside ball 1. A 7-run inning, still just 1 out here in the inning.
This has a bit of like a slow pitch softball feel.
I mean, if you're Joe Madden and Bruce Bochy, you just want to turn the page on this one as soon as it's over. Whether you win or lose, you don't really care. Rizzo sends one into the alley in right center for a base hit. His buddy Bryant can jog home easily, and it's 13-11.
Paper's becoming an issue over here.
Rizzo is dropping the barrel, goes down and gets this pitch, the length of his swing, that extension, and they're just having fun right now. A lot of times you make this bus trip, not that it's a long one, because you want to get your at-bats. As you see Rizzo get picked off of first.
And eventually they get him 1-3, 6-3 on the putout.
But you can tell right now, I mean, these hitters, the reason why, at the end of the day, they're here is they want to get their timing. They want to get their at-bats. This team is known for their offense. And if you talk about pressure and where it's at, it's on these guys to be able to perform. So right now they're getting extended at-bats. Only the 5th inning, and they're already all the way through the lineup.
So 2 down and the base is empty now for Ben Zobrist, who's 2 for 3. ...24 runs, 25 hits, 3 errors in the game. 5 wild pitches.
Bears Giants is broken out here in Scottsdale. Niners.
I think the Niners play football.
Giants.
In San Francisco anyway.
Yeah.
You're talking about the New York Giants.
Hey, that's a fine.
Yeah.
We haven't established our kangaroo court, but I think now we have a reason to.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yep.
We already got a quote board going. Dan started that one out.
Yeah,
He's got a few one-liners.
Yeah, that's one of our inside.
Oh, sorry. Don't say that on national.
Pitch misses down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It all gets started a week from Sunday, the first game of the regular season this year. April the 3rd, 1 o'clock Eastern time from Pittsburgh. The Cardinals at Pittsburgh on ESPN. A triple header on ESPN that day. The Blue Jays and the Rays at 4 o'clock. And then at 8:30 we will have the Mets and the Royals in a rematch of the World Series. And 4 games on the ESPN family of networks on, I guess, the traditional opening day, the Monday. We will be in San Diego to see the Padres host the Dodgers.
I like that Matt Harvey's going to have the ball for the Mets.
Yep. And the Royals still haven't chosen there between Volquez and Ventura, we think.
Yep.
I would say probably the biggest memory that stands out if you are a Mets fan is Matt Harvey begging to stay into that game.
And that sprint to the mound.
That was a scene. That was a moment. Ooh. Ball 4. Now tomorrow on ESPN, speaking of the Mets, you can see them take on the Cardinals, 1 o'clock Eastern time. It'll also be streaming live on Watch ESPN and the ESPN app. Did you see the play with Cespedes and the ball at the base of the wall yesterday?
No.
I think it was yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. So was it today? It was today. But this game that we're covering started yesterday, right?
Well played, Schulman.
Thank you, Aaron. And a pitch gets past Posey. To second goes Zobrist. A ball went over Cespedes' head and went all the way out to the center field wall. And in my estimation, there was maybe 6 inches below the padding above the warning track. There's space there. It wasn't like you couldn't reach your hand. And the ball rolled under there, but it was visible, playable, accessible. And Cespedes got back to the wall and put his hands up like it's in the ivy or something, like I can't get it. And I don't remember who the hitter was, but he got to second and stopped, and then somebody said, hey, the ball's right there, keep going. And he came in, and there's a ball that drops in for a base hit. You know what? As well as I can tell it, Adnan Vir can show it even better. Adnan.
Oh, you flatter me, Dan. This is exactly the play we're talking about here. The Astros and the Mets, and so, yep, Cespedes now going to be the center fielder. The ball gets trapped there, and Cespedes, rather than fighting through and trying to retrieve it, is convinced that A.J. Reed should stop where he is. He wants a dead ball. He doesn't get it, so Reed comes all the way around for an inside-the-park home run, and Cespedes trying to explain it to the umpire, C.B. Buckner, but as Buckner points out, hey, it's easy, just pick it up and go. Astros took a 1-0 lead there. They go on to win this game 8-5. More on Cespedes. Jess Mendoza would never do that.
All right, Adnan, thank you. So not the best of efforts by Cespedes out there in the outfield. And we have another pitching change here in Scottsdale as the beat goes on. MLB Pitch, Hit, and Run is the official youth skills competition of Major League Baseball. It's free for boys and girls ages 7 to 14. Play your way to the national finals and have a chance to compete during All-Star Week in San Diego. Find a local competition in your area at pitchhitrun.com. The latest pitcher in the game, Corey Gearin, 1 pitch, bouncer to short, fielder's choice, inning over. The Cubs get 8. They lead 13-11 going to the bottom of the 5th.
It doesn't get much better than that. Batista drives it. Gone!
That's a Webb hit tonight.
Matt Harvey struck out the side.
And the Kansas City Royals have won the World Series.
What a day it's going to be. A week from Sunday, a triple header on the ESPN family of networks. Cardinals and Pirates, Blue Jays and Rays, Mets and Royals. Getting your 2016 Major League Baseball season off and running. A new pitcher, Jeffrey Antigua, comes in here in the bottom of the 5th. It's 13-11 for the Cubs. Antigua, 25 years of age, split last year between AA and AAA, both as a starter and as a reliever in the Cubs organization. First batter he faces is Buster Posey. This ball carrying, but just shy of the track. One down. Let's go down to our Buster Olney.
You guys, Madison Bumgarner just got done speaking with reporters in the clubhouse. He didn't want to do an interview on camera. He was very positive in general about how he threw today. He said everything felt pretty solid today. He said today was one of those days when the balls hit a few feet either way, you get different results. And he was asked about that play with Jason Heyward. He said that Heyward said to him, "I wasn't talking to you." And then Bumgarner said to reporters, only one other person he'd be talking to at second base. It looked like he was upset with him. Only one reason for that. And a reporter followed up and said, "Do you think that's kosher, the idea of relaying signs in that way?" And he said, "No, it's not. Might want to be a little bit more discreet." He never changed tone. As you guys know, Madison is generally understated. He talked about going forward that his next step is to build up his pitch count. He's hoping to get up to 90. He felt like he did a good job today, guys, of building his pitch count, and he said his foot felt fine. So physically, he felt very good today.
All right, Buster, thank you. Great information. So Bumgarner absolutely correct, as Aaron said in his assessment. You might want to be a little bit more discreet about that. And if you weren't with us a little bit earlier, here's what happened. Heyward struck out and kind of made a motion, stare, a little motion with his chin, lifting his head a little bit. Bumgarner thought it was at him after Heyward struck out, but it was actually out at Fowler because Fowler had apparently relayed something incorrectly, location or pitch type or something like that. Bumgarner thought it was at him. Hayward said, no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Fowler. What a mess. Well, so there's Bumgarner saying, guys, no, it's not okay. And as Pence sends one foul.
I don't think any pitcher would think it is. I mean, I know if we were ever caught, you found the next pitch in your ear.
Right.
So it's definitely not, and that's why the subtlety is huge. I mean, you'd come up and you'd work at it. The signs, the way you communicate, everything.
Well, Fowler and Hayward playing together, you know, for the first time this year as teammates, and that's something you address when you get back to the dugout. Hey, what were you seeing? Was it a missed location by the pitcher? Was it a misread by you? I mean, these are things you got to get on the same page, but you cannot address it in that way because now, you know, everyone's looking for it.
Yeah.
And
it's
like
something
said,
Bumgarner will remember when he faces the Cubs.
Absolutely.
Didn't go, and it's ball 4.
Pence does a good job. And you could see his legs go, his whole body goes. And this is why he kind of chokes up on the bat, so that he can have that back control to just pull back at the last second.
So now Brandon Belt, the infielder's not a full shift, but definitely shading over to the pull side of the field. Belt has walked, doubled in a run, and flied out. Makes the breaking ball down and away for ball 1 from Antigua, the 5th pitcher of what we believe is 7 pitchers that the Cubs have. They didn't expect Arrieta to only go a third of an inning because of a blister. So either they're going to get more pitchers here, or they're going to extend a couple of pitchers beyond where they're comfortable, or this game may not go 9. We're going to speak with Joe Maddon between the top of the 6th and the bottom of the 6th. We won't go to break. We'll talk to Joe Maddon as we did with Bruce Bochy earlier, and we'll ask him. Other changes for the Cubs. Contreras stays in the game to catch, and you can see Kawasaki there at short. Munenori Kawasaki, the former Blue Jay, in at short for Addison Russell. Let's go down to the dugout. Buster's with Buster.
Buster, what did you think today about Madison Bumgarner and his work?
I thought he got some good work in. I think he's still a little bit off. I think he would say the same, but worked on some things that he mentioned before the game that he wanted to work on, so that's good.
What about the next step for him as he prepares for the start of the season?
I think he's just keep on doing what he's doing. He's kind of a guy that's always tinkering with something, and that's part of what makes him good. And I mean, he looks strong. I think that's all you can ask for.
What was your view on the exchange with Jason Hayward when Madison was coming back into the plate?
You mean right there at the end? I don't know, that was one of the weirder things I think I've seen. I saw Hayward staring out, and I'm like, surely. Yeah, it was confusing. I think it confused everybody. It might have confused Hayward as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, did you guys sort through it? Because we talked to Madison just a second ago, and he mentioned, look, he said he wasn't looking at me. He was only looking at the runner at second base. He said he might be more discreet.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Hayward mentioned when he came back up the next time.
Oh, that maybe it'd be a good idea not to be so obvious?
Oh, no. He just said he was communicating with Fowler. So,
Spring training.
Spring training.
How's your preparation going as a hitter for the start of the season?
I feel good. I feel like my timing's getting there. My body feels well, and I think that's all you can ask for. I think it's about time to go.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of players today who basically are saying the same thing. Hey, these are the dog days. Let's get going.
Yeah, I think it seems like it always happens that last 4 or 5 days that you're here, and then we'll go back to San Francisco and get some exhibition games, and those will have a little bit more intensity, and that cool air will feel good to everybody.
Buster, thanks. Guys, back to you.
All right, Buster. And Buster, thank you. Do you get the impression Buster Posey really didn't want to comment too much on what was going on out there?
It was almost like he was trying to help out to make sure that he didn't say what Hayward was actually trying to do.
I think it's even possible that he's not aware of what was happening, though, yet. That he wasn't aware of the yeah.
But he said Hayward came up the next time and said I was communicating with the runner. I just think he's a nice guy, and he didn't want to
possibly
be in the middle of it at all, or admit to. Even though he
was
really
definitely avoiding the question.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
So.
It took Buster 3 times to get. Yeah. What really happened?
But our Buster doesn't take no for an answer. Our Buster's a bulldog.
Yeah, he is.
Brandon Crawford has walked, struck out, and doubled. 13-11 Cubs, bottom of the 5th. Runner at first, 2 down.
How about a guy we haven't talked a lot about, but I feel like is one of the most underrated shortstops, and he won a gold glove last year. I mean, I just feel like when people talk about who the best shortstops are in the game, Brandon Crawford's name does not come up enough, and it should. And he hit 21 home runs last year, his Silver Slugger winner, in addition to that gold glove. I mean, this is a guy that really kicked it up a notch last year, always known for his defense, going back to his UCLA days. But his hitting.
Well, the Giants know about it. Awarded him with a big contract this offseason, knowing that he is going to be the guy and a key cornerstone guy of what they hope is a championship run again here in 2016.
Throw to first by Kawasaki because he didn't think he could win the race, and that'll end the inning. Fans know it has been a long time since the Chicago Cubs have won the World Series. The expectations coming into this season are enormous. They went to the National League Championship Series last year. They won 97 games. On paper, they appear to be an even stronger team this year with some of the additions that they made. And there's no question they go into this year as one of the very top contenders to win the World Series. I think it'll be interesting to see how they play with the weight of expectations. I don't think there's a manager better in baseball. Maybe the two best ones are sitting in this ballpark tonight at handling expectations and pressure and outside influences and white noise and all that stuff and just focusing on the important stuff. But I think the Cubs have a bit of a target on their back this year because of how good they were last year and the moves they made.
A bit. I mean, I think it's gigantic. And this is the team everybody is talking about. And I think not only because of the offseason trades and the fact that they have a Cy Young winner, the Rookie of the Year, more importantly because of that drought, because of the history. And that's something that I think our country as a whole is getting behind. And I think as they show throughout the season, it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, whether they do well or not. It's going to be news. But how Joe Maddon thus far has handled it
spring training has been fun. It has been relaxed. I've spent about 5 or 6 days out at spring training practices where they're breakdancing and they're got ninja warriors and they have a mime a couple days ago. I mean, he's trying to make it loose and really, you know, knowing when to focus, but also, hey, baseball's fun.
Candelario, first pitch swinging off gear and a grounds out. Well, here's what you're talking about. This is earlier in spring training where the Cubs are letting it go. Now Joe Maddon, he'll get serious when it's time to get serious, but there is no manager in baseball who brings more of this kind of an attitude to his team than Joe Maddon.
When you got John Lackey jumping in.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and to Jess's point, yes, they have had a lot of fun, but you look at this roster, and I think, you know, we think of it just as being this young, talented group. It's a nice blend of veteran players that you would characterize as stoic and stern and serious. But I agree. I think in the city of Chicago, with it being the Cubs and all that comes with 1908, he is the perfect guy to handle all the outside distractions and allow this team to focus on baseball between the lines.
All right, let me ask you both a question. When you make your picks in the next 5 days, will you have the Chicago Cubs winning the World Series this year? Have you decided if you will have the Chicago Cubs winning the World Series?
I don't.
You don't.
And I think, to me, I think watching them last year, a lot of that had to do with the fact that it was fun because there was zero target. I mean, the Cardinals, the Pirates were ahead of them, having tremendous seasons. The Cubs weren't. They were early. They weren't expected to be as good as they were. And so they were the underdog. It is different, and I think it's an adjustment. Doesn't mean they're not going to be in the playoffs. Doesn't mean that they won't be in the World Series. But if I were to pick them today, which isn't really fair because it's March, to win the World Series, I would not.
I would not either. I mean, they're one of 8 or 10 teams I'm probably considering, but no, I probably won't in the end pick them. I think the bigger point that I try to make right now to Cubs fans is we've seen them have very good teams over the years, kind of come in and out of contention. What Theo Epstein has now built looks to be incredibly sustainable. This isn't going away, and it absolutely feels like it's going to happen. Whether it's this year or not, you know, obviously the expectations are through the roof, but this team is built to have a chance to be great for the next 10 years.
I must say, shocking lack of courage from Jess and Aaron. First off, not turning in their picks soon enough and not picking the Cubs. I picked them back in January, guys. Come on. Remember, if they need something, Theo Epstein will trade for it in midseason. Let's go.
Who wants to pick the front runner? I mean, talk about lack of, you know.
Wait, the Cubs are front runners? Wait.
Yeah, they're picked. Vegas. I mean, I feel like that's the team that everyone is behind.
You know, there's other teams and GMs that'll trade for what they need at the deadline too, Buster.
Where'd he go?
I was told Danza had something to do, so I'm just playing out. I'm being a professional with courage.
I called it off, Buster, so you guys could continue this. Keep going.
I think the Cubs have an incredibly deep team. They have a deep lineup that's going to get them into the postseason. And I do think that Theo Epstein, having been through this a bunch, has the ability to go out and make deals, and they have a deep enough farm system where they have the pieces to go out and get something in particular if they need, say a bullpen piece if it becomes available.
So you are picking them to win the World Series?
Yes, I've got them beating the Kansas City Royals in the World Series. And for the record, I turned that in January. Booney, what is your whole thing about you got to wait a few days?
Okay, you turned yours in January, and you've already made at least one change. So that's why turning in early, because things happen, right? Where does it keep going?
I'm letting the spring sink in. And I was told I have a March 30th deadline to get my picks in.
Yeah.
I need every day.
All right.
Well, and at the end of the day, the reason why this game to me is my favorite sport is because you just don't know. I mean, there's so many things that happen. I mean, shoot, the Kansas City Royals. Look at them the last 2 years, especially 2 years ago. I mean, they on paper were nothing like what the Chicago Cubs are as far as just overall talent, just big names, stars. And they did it in a very different way, and I think every year tends to be a different story, and we don't know that story yet.
As the Giants have shown to us many times.
It's not just the talent, it's not just quote unquote on paper. Fouled back by Fowler.
This will be a fun conversation to continue, especially because all of us will be together throughout the season and to go back and forth. I'd love to call out Buster when we get to October and be like, all right, where's your team now?
Yeah. That is one of the fun things about trying to get these picks right. With all the parity, it is difficult.
And a swing and a miss by Fowler to end the inning. Don't go anywhere. We've got Joe Madden jumping on a headset momentarily. Talk to him about the spring and his team and how things are looking heading into this season that they've got such high hopes for. Last year, as we mentioned, 97 wins. Beat the Pirates in the wild card game. Lost to the Mets in the National League Championship Series after they beat the Cardinals in the Division Series. They've added some pretty big names, and the expectations are sky high. I think we have the skipper on right now. Joe, it's yes, Dan, Jess, and Aaron. Thanks for joining us. From our calculations up here, either you're going to stretch guys out, or we're not going 9, or Sutcliffe is pitching. What's going to happen here
Sut's
tonight?
already volunteered.
Yeah.
He's just do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Davey's got to set up the lineup. Yeah, Sut's already volunteered. Crazy night, obviously. Jake had the blister, and that kind of messed up our pitching rotation. But I'm really happy with our guys. You get down like that early. I know it's a spring training game, but I just like the fight. The dugout's been very much alive the entire time. I'm really proud of our guys.
Speaking of alive, Joe, I mean, we saw a little bit of a miscommunication with Hayward and Fowler down at second. I mean, Bumgarner coming down, but it seemed like it was more of a conversation between Hayward and Fowler.
Yeah, got the blood pressure rise, and I thought that was pretty cool, actually, because there was nothing really going on, but both teams reacted properly. I liked it. I think I like the edginess. As we get closer to the season, I'm good with the edge.
Joe, you get the news about Jake Arrieta and the blister. He doesn't seem very concerned. He was very articulate in explaining what was going on. What's your level of concern and your understanding of the blister?
Well, he just, the blister, I went out there and I saw it. It was just like a little dot there that he had tried to cover, but he wanted to throw to one more hitter. I probably should have taken him out, actually, but I did not. Watching him from in here, it didn't look really good. It looked like the ball was not coming out of his hand properly because of that. He insists that he's going to be able to do his side piece in a couple days. I think with something like this, you wait a day or two, then you figure out exactly what you got. There's no rush right now. It's the beginning of the season. If you needed to take more time, you do that. But I'll know more tomorrow, the next day.
Joe, you mentioned no rush. I mean, it's still, you got a week and a half until spring training's over. But what would you say, I think, messaging-wise, as you head down the stretch here in Arizona, is probably big picture for the entire team that you're trying to give?
Well, I talked to pretty much the position players a couple days ago, and it was a lot about hitting and situational hitting in general. And I also told them about it's not wise to attempt to play with the switch. In other words, just to try to turn it on opening day or flip that switch up. I prefer dimmer switches where it's just like it's a little bit less bright, and you turn the intensity up until you get to the point where you're ready to start the season. Because I mean, my experience is that you have to get off to good starts. It's really important to get off to good starts. When you get in a good division like ours and you have to play from behind constantly, I'm talking about standings, it's hard. It's not easy. It takes a lot of energy to come from behind. So the big, what we're trying to do right now is to ramp up the intensity a bit, and then the next goal is to get off to a good start.
Joe, one more if you don't mind. We've been talking a little bit about the changes you made, how good you were last year. The expectations are sky high. Do you feel there's any difference? Do you feel like the hunted as opposed to the hunter? Is there any change this year?
That would be external. That's not up to us. I mean, I do read some things and you hear a lot of different things. So anytime you hear the word expectations or pressure, that's from outside coming in. And my perspective is that if you really relentlessly pursue the process, that stuff should not bother you. If you're outcome based, absolutely that stuff will bother you. So from our perspective, honestly, to this point, it's been a continuation of last year regarding the attitude and the esprit de corps, and that's all I'm worried about. I'm not worried about other people's expectations, and the word pressure to me is a positive word. So I like it. I like it a lot. If in fact we are the hunted, let's go. And that's why I went with embrace the target, because I want our guys to be ready and understand we can't take anything for granted. And you got to go out there and prove it on the field.
Joe, we really appreciate the time. We'll see you during the season.
Always good to be with you guys.
Thanks.
Take care.
Joe Maddon, the manager of the Chicago Cubs.
I think he's right. I mean, pressure is a privilege. I think it's just how you approach it. And to me, it's all about the psychological effect of it. I mean, pressure is something that you're going to have. Expectation, it's how you deal with it. The fact that his mindset, and the best thing that Joe Maddon does, he knows the game, but he understands personnel. And every player on this team is going to handle that different throughout the season. And he's going to have to figure out a way to get the best out of each.
What I love that he said was, if you're outcome based, then you will hear some of that outside noise, and that can creep in. But if you're all about the process and chasing and doing the things every day that allow you to be successful, you kind of are, you have a tendency to get lost in that, and the outside things don't become a distraction. And I think that's when you're freed up and can play your best.
Kelby Tomlinson is the batter, and he lines a base into the left field. All kinds of changes for both teams at this point. I like this line where when he was talking about flipping the switch, and he said, I don't like to flip the switch, I prefer a dimmer switch.
Brightness,
he just says things that,
yes.
You know, how many managers have said esprit de corps in an interview with us? Or,
yeah.
You know, that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I had to, my eyes shuddered a little bit at that, and I did drink that in for a minute. Yeah, I'm okay. I've come to.
Yeah. Gregor Blanco steps in now for the Giants. And it looks like with the acquisition of Span, Pagano moving to left field. Blanco, who at times has been a regular, at times has been a fourth outfielder. At the beginning of the season, while everybody's healthy, he's a fourth outfielder, but he's obviously played a lot for the Giants over the last few years. Cubs scoring 8 runs in the top of the 5th inning to take a 13-11 lead as the Giants bat here in the bottom of the 6th. And out to the mound goes Contreras to speak with Antigua, who's in his 2nd inning of work. MLB.TV Premium, everything you have come to expect and more. A new low price for 2016. Watch every out-of-market game of all 30 teams live in true HD on over 400 supported devices. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Sky-high fly ball to right field. John Andrioli lost it in the twilight, and it drops in behind him. Boy, right field is not the place you wanted to be here in this game.
Well, right away it looked like Jess, you saw him throw his hands up. It wasn't overly demonstrative because he's probably thinking, I'm moving to my left, so I have no help.
Yeah. Oh, and the biggest thing is it goes above the lights. That's the thing with here. It's a lower light because it's a smaller stadium, but on a sky-high ball like that, you completely lose the ball in the sky, and that's exactly what happened. He's trying to find it. When it comes out, he's about 6 feet off.
Well, and darkness hasn't entirely taken over, and that's a time of night, as an outfielder can be difficult, but as an infielder, we're always taught, and this is typically the time of day where you will start a normal game during the year, a 7 o'clock game. And as an infielder, we're always taught as soon as that ball goes up, you point, because it's typically a difficult time for outfielders to routinely pick up the ball. Obviously, a lot of struggles out there on that one.
Joe Panik still in the game. He's the DH tonight for the Giants, and he is 3 for 4. And now Antigua wants to talk to Contreras again. Back to the first question I asked Joe, which was kind of tongue-in-cheek. I'm still not clear if they're going to stretch out relievers. We're not going 9 or Sutcliffe is pitching. We didn't really get an answer to that.
Sut had offered that.
Sut has offered. We know that.
I vote Sut for at least
for a batter.
Yeah.
Come in and get a batter.
See what he's got.
Yeah.
Well, Sut perked up when the whole Hayward Bumgarner thing. He thought there might be a squabble.
He likes squabbles.
He likes those things.
Yeah. He's a squabbler.
He wins all of them.
He's a lover now. Look at him.
Fouled back. For those who don't know, if they just know him as an analyst, Rick Sutcliffe won the Cy Young Award in 1984. As a member of the Chicago Cubs, he started the year with the Cleveland Indians and was traded to the Cubs, I want to say early June.
Yeah.
Early June. And he went 16-1, I think. 16-1 as a member of the Cubs. So he didn't get to the National League until early June, and he won the Cy Young Award. That's pretty good. That's not bad.
Well, remember late last season, there was a lot of buzz about could Yoenis Cespedes win it, but he obviously didn't go over till the deadline, and eventually that talk kind of went away. But Sut went on quite a run there the final 4 months. Very Jake Arrieta-esque the final 4 months, and lead them into the championship series against the Padres.
Let's go down to Buster Olney. He's with Jason Hayward.
Yeah, and Jason, unusual situation happened in today's game. You're aware of what Madison Bumgarner said. You might want to be a little more discreet. You went back up in your next at bat. What did you tell Buster Posey?
I just told Buster, first of all, man, I wasn't talking to Madison at all. I was looking at the decks, simply asking, was it a ball or a strike? Because he made a good pitch. He threw a front door cutter right there. He spotted up on me, and that was that. And, I mean, I heard you said that, Matty thought that we were tipping signs or anything like that, but that wasn't going on. I've played against that battery since 2008 in Madison and Buster, and it's always a battle. First-class guys, they play the game the right way. I try and do that the same, and that was it. I know he was a little heated when he came off the mound the inning before, but rightfully so. He's a gamer, and that guy wants to be in every spot. So, again, nobody was tipping signs. We wouldn't look out at each other and be like, hey, we're tipping signs. You gave me the wrong sign. I wouldn't show up my teammate if somebody, all that kind of stuff, man. Like, that's just not me. It's not who I am. So it was a simple thing that I had no idea how it looked. I didn't even realize I was, anybody thought I was looking at Madison. Buster hopped out, and he was like, hey, what's going on? I was like, what do you mean? Like, what's going on? I'm just looking at Dex trying to get, like, a thumbs up or no. Like, he made a good pitch. Was it a strike or not? That was simple as that.
How was your conversation with Buster when you came up this next time?
Well, he's always locked in, and rightfully so. He's, he takes control of the game, and you don't get a lot of words out of Buster, but over the years it's kind of grown. But he just said, no, I believe you, Jay. I trust you that you guys weren't taking signs, you weren't showing them up. But, I mean, come on. He punched me out on a good pitch. He got me out my first AB. I got him one time, so he got me to strand some runners right there in a good spot.
Jason, how are you enjoying it with the Cubs? You signed over here, you had some great offers, and you choose Chicago.
No, I'm having a blast, Buster. It's a tough spot when you have to make a business decision in this kind of game when you got family involved and everything, when you're talking about other players and guys that you make bonds with. But it's been a blast so far, and we got a young group. We got a group that can hopefully be together for a while, and I'm just trying to gel with them.
What's it like playing for Joe Maddon?
A lot of fun. You come every day. I mean, I've had opportunity to play for some great managers in my career, and Joe adds to that list, and he makes sure he sets the tone in a positive one of wanting us to have fun, come in every day, work hard, and try and be the best version of ourselves.
Jason, thanks. Back to you guys.
All right, Buster, thank you. Inning over. We'll talk a little bit more about what Jason Hayward had to say when we come back to Scottsdale after this.
Highlights from today, including Giancarlo Stanton off Tommy Malone, Crucky.
Yeah, watch the people with the umbrella. They're looking up like, oh, boy, we ain't going to catch that one. It's going over the roof.
Second home run of the spring. The Twins win it 8-4. The BBTN 100 being unveiled. Numbers 6 through 10. Stanton is 8th, and he could have a very productive season with Barry Bonds as the hitting coach.
Off to a great start last year. 74 games, 27 homers, 67 RBIs. He would have had a monster year last year, moved up this list. But with Barry Bonds, though, he's going to move way up this list. If he can put into play what Barry's going to teach him mentally about the mental aspect of hitting, with Barry's knowledge, this guy might hit 50 homers, driving 130, 140 runs, and move up the list to number 1 or number 2.
Big expectations for Stanton. Also, Zach Greinke now. He got a big contract as well, Jim. He's number 6 overall.
Yeah, and interesting because he finished behind Jake Arrieta in the Cy Young Award voting. But here in the top 100, he finishes 3 slots ahead of Arrieta. Remember last year, 21 starts, he gave up 1 earned run or less. 26 starts, 2 earned run or less.
Certainly was lights
Is that good?
This game's flying along. For Jim Bowden, John Kruk, and Adnan Virk, more of the BBTN 100 to be unveiled. Dan, back to you.
All right, guys, thank you. We are looking forward to more of that. Welcome back to Scottsdale, where we are here in the top of the 7th inning.
I like the little dig that we're flying along.
Here's a ball driven to deep left center field off the bat of Almora, and it's going to be off the ball on a bounce. Albert Almora with a leadoff double here in the 7th off Santiago Casilla. Casilla, the closer for the Giants, and had a very good year last year. Not a guy who comes in and, 98 miles an hour and stomping and snorting and, all that blows you away like some closers do, but he gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. 93, 94 typically with that fastball. He's got a curveball and a slider to go with it, and has been incredibly reliable in some championship runs for the San Francisco Giants.
And he's not very predictable, and that's something I noticed with him, especially last season, as he established himself in that closer role. He'll get a lot more looking strikeouts than he will swinging strikeouts.
Fly ball to right field, caught by Jarrett Parker off the bat of Guzman. Tagging and moving to third on the play is Almora. Aaron, I think it would make Jess and me feel really good if you at least gave me the impression you were trying to do a scorecard in a game like this.
I'm up to speed.
Are you up to date?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you packed it in.
Oh, no.
Are you in the 6th, though?
No, I'm on the 7th. I don't have as fancy a scorecard.
She has a fancy scorecard.
I mean,
that's a Boog Sciambi scorecard.
Oh, my gosh.
Credit John Sciambi.
There's John Andrioli, an outfielder in the Cubs system. Andrioli, 25 years of age, was at AAA last year where he stole 33 bases, hit 277.
I like to think of my scorecard as good meat and potatoes here. We got a 12-course meal over here for Jess.
I like to think of it as a Trojan and a Cardinal.
Wow.
Wow. I didn't think we were going there until April, maybe May.
Wait till football season gets here.
2-0. 13-12. Cubs lead the Giants, top of the 7th.
Joe Madden's high on this guy, Joe Andrioli. 5-tool guy, hit, run, great arm, defense. He said the 6th tool really comes, the fact that he comes to play every day. That mindset.
Off the glove of George Coteras, the catcher. And in to score is Almora to make it 14-12.
We got a 2-run ball game.
Pass ball is the official scoring on the play. tripped up and back out of play.
You know, and hearing that interview with Buster Olney, Jason Hayward, I come out of that completely buying what he's talking about. I think it would be, just for a player the caliber of Jason Hayward, who's been around, it would seem incredibly odd if he was getting signs. That's why I was so stunned about it, the communication between he and Fowler. But after hearing his explanation and hearing him talk about it, I'm buying what he said. I think he was asking Fowler if indeed the pitch was a strike, and I think that's where the nod came from.
Did you guys do that to when there were runners out at second after you would strike out during the game?
I did it quite a bit, just because I wanted to know. And sometimes I'd ask the blue behind the plate, just, hey, was that a strike? I just want to know, like, you know, if I fouled off a pitch or swung and missed at a ball, I'd communicate to the blue. But if I'm taking strike 3, of course I'm not trusting him. I'm looking down at second base, and there's times I kind of put my arms out, like, what do you got for me? Strike, ball? A lot of times I got the shake the head no.
But you can understand why Bumgarner was a little confused on the play.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
When I saw it live, I remember we were talking, and I stopped and was like, oh, this is before Bumgarner reacted. I saw Hayward look at what I thought was Bumgarner, and I was like, something's going to go down right now. He's staring him down.
Yep. I do believe it's exactly how Hayward said it.
It makes Buster Posey's interview a little bit clearer, too.
Yes.
So mystery solved, it would appear. Matt Merton is the batter. Matt Merton is a guy who is back after 6 years in Japan. Played for the Cubs, among others, before he went to Japan. Right-hand hitting outfielder, got some pop. Runner goes and steals it head first. Andreoli, told you he had speed, 33 bags last year at AAA and with a stolen base. Matt Merton was a Cub in 05, 06, and 07. He was with the Rockies in 09. And now he's back in 2016 after 6 full years in Japan, trying to make it back to the big leagues. It's got to be, whether you're a Merton, who's played in the majors, gone to Japan, come back, whether you're an Andreoli, who played at AAA last year, you look and in front of you, you see Fowler and Hayward and Schwarber and Soler and Baez. You know, Victorino's in camp, although he's not healthy. Caesar. I mean, the odds are stacked against these guys. You know, Aaron, you must know guys who played 10, 12 years in the minors and just never could get over the hump and get to the major leagues.
Sure, but a guy like Merton, who's now had big-time success in Japan, who's had time in the big leagues, maybe understanding that he's with a really good organization, and maybe even if he doesn't make the club, maybe an injury away from having a chance to have a significant role on a team that, you know, very much looks like they can compete for a championship.
In Merton's case, of course, trying to make it back to the major leagues. Some of the other guys, you know, you're a prospect and then one day you're not a prospect. When somebody else comes in behind you and they're a bigger prospect, and then, you know, you're 24 or you're 25 or you're 26 and you're still trying to break through, like some of the other guys in the Cubs organization.
Jess, are those your glasses? They look like the ones you were rocking on the field today.
I do rock the. So do you.
Fighter goggles.
My aviator sunglasses. I do. Fly planes.
Yeah. Well, you went to Stanford. You guys are very well rounded.
1-2. That hurt you to say?
I was kidding.
Don't make me sit. 1-2 the count on Merton. Casilla on the mound, a run in already. 14-12 Cubs. And he missed outside with a slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes. give the crowd credit. They're hanging in. Still just about a full house here in Scottsdale. Giants had a big lead early. Cubs got 8 runs in the 5th. Arrieta went a third of an inning. Left because of a blister. Madison Bumgarner went 3 2/3, gave up 5 earned runs. But felt it was progress, as he said in his post-game remarks. And there is strike 3 called as we throw it back to the studio again in Adnan.
All right, thank you very much, Dan. Number 5 in the BBTN 100, Andrew McCutchen, one of the stars clearly jammed for the Pirates.
4 straight years of 400 OBP and 20 home runs or more. He's won 4 Silver Sluggers in a career, a Gold Glove, top 5 MVP last 4 years in a row.
Kutch can make it happen. Dan, back to you.
So number 5, Andrew McCutchen. So they'll reveal the top 4. I think we could guess who the top 2 are going to be. One order or another.
Andrew McCutchen might have his best year to date this year.
Because?
I think he's as healthy as he's been the last couple of years. Remember last year he came to camp and broke camp. He had the knee issue and really struggled for about 5-6 weeks out of the gate. I don't think that's happening this year.
I watched him take batting practice earlier this spring, guys, and he was driving the ball to right center field. And after he got done around, after clearing the fence a couple times, I asked him, I said, when did you actually start to feel as good last year as you do now? And he said it was mid to late May. And he looks tremendous this spring and ready, as Booney said, to take off.
You know, it hardly happens anymore in baseball for obvious reasons, and who knows what his situation will be in a couple of years. But wouldn't it be nice for a guy like that to spend his whole year in Redmond City? His whole career, excuse me, in Redmond City. Wouldn't that be great?
Absolutely. I mean, because he's one of those players. Yes, what he does on the field, he's a superstar player, but one of those guys that means so much to that town, to that fan base. And he's one of those guys you can envision wearing one uniform, going into the Hall of Fame someday, having a statue out there. I mean, he's that kind of person and player, potentially. It would be great to see him remain there forever.
Munenori Kawasaki is the batter, a Blue Jay off and on, up and down between the big club and AAA the last 3 years. He's now with the Cubs, probably best known for his post-game interviews because he's a funny one. He's got a lot of personality, and he had a couple of game-winning hits, a couple of big moments, and if you don't believe me, go on YouTube. They went viral as the kids say. There's a solid base hit into right center field for Kawasaki. Andreoli in to score. Kawasaki digging for second and in with a double. It's 15-12. Let's go back to Adnan and the guys and see who's number 4.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. Love Kawasaki, by the way. And Paul Goldschmidt, John Kruk, number 4.
Well, unbelievable year last year. Gold Glove winner, Silver Slugger, made the All-Star team, second in MVP, power average, and he stole 21 bases. Complete player, well worthy of number 4.
Yeah, those numbers are incredible. And you ask a lot of people, they say Paul Goldschmidt, one of the best kept secrets and underrated players in the game. Maybe the D-backs make a charge to the playoffs, and that will change. Dan, back to you.
Absolutely, a quiet superstar who has turned into one of the very best players in the game. Aaron, you live here. You probably see him more than most. What do you like best about Goldschmidt?
Well, he's a great hitter on the short. On one hand, I can count him in that fashion, but he is an all-around player too. He's an elite defensive first baseman. He's kind of fast and an outstanding base runner, so stolen bases are very much a part of his game, and probably the number one reason why I'll reveal a little here today. I am picking the Diamondbacks to win the National League West.
All right.
Gutsy.
Wow.
Take that, Buster Olney.
Jeffrey Antigua strikes out against Casillas. 7th inning stretch in Scottsdale.
How does Time Warner Cable Business Class
The Spring Training Baseball on ESPN, presented by Head and Shoulders.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
That was Aaron Boone. I'm Dan Schulman. Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney, bottom of the 7th inning. In a game that neither manager will probably ever want to speak of again. It is 15-12. Errors and wild pitches and walks. And the Cubs making a big comeback. Antigua into his 3rd inning in relief. Remember, the Cubs didn't bring that many pitchers because they thought, obviously, Arrieta would go 5-6 innings, and he wound up leaving in the 1st with a blister. So Antigua, he was the last batter in the last inning, and his heart may have been in the at-bat against Casilla, but the rest of them wasn't. I mean, you talk about stepping in the bucket on all 3 of his swings. He just wanted to get out of there in one piece. This is George Kateris, veteran catcher who's bounced around. And there is ball 4 as we send it back to the studio to find out who is number 3.
All right, Dan, this is like a game show. I love this. Now, behind door number 3, Clayton Kershaw, Jim Bowden.
Led the league, 301 strikeouts. Pretty amazing number when you consider the number of early count outs. He also has led the league in ERA for the last 5 years, 4 complete games, 3 shutouts, and led the league in FIP the last 2 years.
Yeah, on a list with Pedro and Koufax, always a good thing. Dan, back to you, sir.
All right, guys, tough to argue with that, with what Clayton Kershaw has done.
I'm surprised he wasn't higher. I mean, not that you get higher.
Well, there's only 2 left.
Yeah, I know,
and I think we know who they are. It's just a question of what order they're in.
I know.
I'm curious.
Very curious.
I'm not sure it's going to be the way.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, what is that way? I don't know what you're saying.
See, you know the problem is? We're like this off the air.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. So we're obviously talking Harper Trout.
Right.
And you know, a few years ago, it was a fashionable question like, who would you rather have, Trout or Harper? And then for a few years, obviously, it was Trout. But now, it's a real question.
This is Jarrett Parker hitting one a long way to center field. Gutierrez around third on his way home. Parker a stand-up triple, 15-13. He put a jolt into some last year. He got about 50 at-bats for the Giants. Hit well over 300. Hit 6 home runs for them last year.
Yeah, and he puts a charge in this one as this ball's left up. They want to go down away with it. Actually, it's off the plate away, and you get a good look at the power here. That's 6 home runs and over 50 at bats. That's outstanding plate coverage, Jess. That ball might have been off the plate away, and I know again it's Arizona, but that's 410 feet to straightaway center pretty much.
Just nice length. I mean, the fact that he reached that plate coverage you're talking about, lefty on lefty too. Antigua had the advantage.
There's Grant Green, former Angel. But I know what you're saying. So until Harper had the year that he just had, the easy answer is Mike Trout is the best player in baseball. But now, is it an even matchup? Can you make a reasonable case for either one of them?
I'm going to ask you both. All right, let's say for the next 10 years, who would you rather have?
Wow.
I would go Trout.
There's a fly ball to deep left center. Plenty deep enough to get the run home. Well, we're going to go back to the studio, and Adnan, Truckee, and Jim are going to tell us who's number 2 and who's number 1.
All right, Dan, thank you. We're almost there. Bryce Harper, Crucky, had a phenomenal season.
Unbelievable season, winning an MVP without his team making the postseason. He told me in spring training last year that if he could stay healthy, he could put up monster numbers. He stayed healthy, and he did.
He's got the swagger to go along with the talent and one of the great offensive seasons since the turn of the century back in 1900, Dan.
He did have an incredible year, getting all 30 votes as he won National League Most Valuable Player. So there's the answer. BBTN Top 100. Harper 2, Trout 1. Can't go wrong. I mean, we're talking about 2 guys who have a chance to be not just great players in their own era, but transcendent stars in the sport of baseball overall.
No question about it. So
going back to my answer.
Yes.
So I would take Mike Trout for the next 10 years because, to me, it's consistency. And I love the way that Bryce Harper plays the game. I know there's a lot of controversy about the way he plays the game. However, I think because he is so intense and so explosive that he can get injured. He can be up and down. There's just some risk there. When you're talking over the length of his career, he's the kind of guy I see running into a wall and blowing up a knee or doing something. Where is Mike Trout is more methodical. The way he plays the game. It might be more vanilla than Harper, but at the end of the day, over 10 years, I think it's going to be more consistent.
Dan?
I think I would take Harper because one of Trout's best tools is his speed, and he runs less than he used to, and they're both phenomenal. I mean, it's, how do you go wrong? It's Beatles and Stones, or however you want to say it, right? I mean,
But
how do you go wrong?
Trout, his big goal, he talked about in spring training, was to steal more bases this season. I mean, I'm just saying, does he do it?
Yep.
But I think that's a focal point. He realizes that. I mean, how much better can he get?
I mean, the leap that Harper took in the last year was phenomenal. We'll get Aaron's thoughts on this in a moment, but first back, they'll unveil. We know who's coming, but they'll unveil number one, guys.
Yeah, damn, the suspense builds. Number one, Mike Trout, the best player in baseball on the BBTN 100, Jimbo.
402 on base percentage, 104 runs scored, 41 homers, 90 RBIs, a WAR of 9.4. Who is he? He's Mantle, Mays, Cobb, Henderson, all rolled into one.
The most wins above replacement through age 23 season, Trout, Cobb, Ted Williams. Remarkable. Dan?
All right, Adnan, thank you. All right, Aaron, who would you take for the next 10 years?
I will take Bryce Harper because I think his offensive impact is going to be out of the world. I think the next 10 years you're going to see him maybe hit 450 homers, get on base at a 450 clip, slug over 600. I think that's what you're about to see the run he goes on. Of course, we're assuming health for both players.
So are you saying, I don't put words in your mouth, do you think we've seen the best of Trout, but we may not have seen the best of Harper yet?
Well, I think we saw the start of the best of Harper this past year.
Right.
I think you're going to start to see him settle in to that kind of season where he's
it's pretty good settle.
Over 1,000 routinely OPS and
just what he brings to the game. That emotion. And I think that's important. I think it's both to have both. You don't want every guy to play like Bryce Harper, otherwise, too intense maybe, but I think when you have a few, it's fun to watch.
And a swing and a miss to end the inning. 2 runs for the Giants. We're through 7. It is 15-14 Cubs. This telecast of spring training baseball on ESPN is presented by Head & Shoulders. Live head first. And in part by Staples. Staples has low prices on everything your business needs to make more happen. Into the night we go here. Top of the 8th inning and a wild one here in Arizona. The Cubs lead the Giants 15-14. And we have a new pitcher for San Francisco. Jake Dunning, 27-year-old right-hander, into the game. He spent a little bit of time with the Giants, both in 2013, mainly in 2013, 29 appearances then, 1 appearance with them in 2014. Last year battled some injuries and was in the minors. Jeimer Candelario is up again. He's had a good day, 2 for 4, including a home run off Madison Bumgarner from the right side of the plate back in the 4th inning. A change up there from Dunning, and it's 0-2. I think, there are certain, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, were the 2 great stars, 2 of the great stars in basketball, went back and forth. And, if you go back a couple of generations in baseball, you had Mantle and Mays. Trout and Harper have a chance to be that before the next decade.
And they started off that way.
Right.
In their rookie seasons, it was everything.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the best, and the fact that they're on different coasts.
And they kind of headline what is a great group of players really under the age of 25 in Major League Baseball.
Absolutely.
Last year's All-Star game, I think, is one of those games we'll look back on 20, 30 years from now and go, wow, how many Hall of Famers were in that game?
Right. And they have a chance to be, 2 of the top players or the 2 top players in the game for many, many years on different teams than they are currently on right now. I mean, now it's different coasts, which is why I was smiling when you said that. It's Washington and Anaheim, Los Angeles, Southern California right now. This could play out a number of different ways. I think we all have a hunch where Bryce Harper's likely going to wind up.
Yeah.
But who knows if Trout leaves the Angels and if he winds up somewhere else. But it'd be kind of fun to have him in the same league at some point, but who knows?
I'd like to get Buster's take. We didn't get his take on.
Is Buster still with us?
Yeah, I'm still here. Now, if I were to answer like Booney, my answer would be, let me think about it. But I'm not going to go that route. You know what I'm going to say? I think right now, and I totally agree with what Jess said, right now, I think that you would take Harper for his impact, but long term, you like Trout. The thing that strikes me, and I don't know, swings and the game the way that you guys do, but there's such violence to the way that Bryce Harper plays with his swing, with his aggressiveness. You do wonder if he's going to last long term. Where Trout, on the other hand, seems to be more under control. But what a great discussion to have. These 2 guys who are on a Hall of Fame trajectory easily.
And I hope we continue. I mean, that's something that's exciting when you think about the future of baseball. You mentioned it. I mean, they kind of highlight this under 25 class that we have that is just, throw out the names. Carlos Correa, you got Chris Bryant. I mean, there's so many guys that are exciting to watch right now.
Well, guys, that's going to be the discussion. I think when you talk to baseball executive, they think that by the end of this year, the discussion is going to be who's the best player, Harper, Trout, or Carlos Correa.
Yes.
And the fact is he's a shortstop, which gives him an inherent advantage in that discussion.
Completely agree. I mean, he has every physical tool that you would want in a
Buster
baseball player
knows.
and all the intangibles.
I need to get that hat for him.
Might be the other Buster. But it could be our Buster knows.
It's totally our Buster.
Our Buster knows. Yeah.
Especially when he agrees with me.
Christopher Negron is up now for the Cubs with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. 15-14 Chicago.
Guys, today I followed up on some reporting that had been done in other places earlier in the week on Brandon Belt and his contract situation with the Giants. They are in conversations about a long-term deal. Belt has 2 more years remaining before he can become a free agent. And look, the Giants are an organization. They take care of their players. They want to sign him. If there's a deal done, it will probably be a deal that will buy out at least 3 years of Brandon Belt's free agency, so you could have him locked up for 5 years. They got Brandon Crawford locked up. They have Buster Posey locked up. Madison Bumgarner. That is the Giant way.
Yeah, more than just about any other team in baseball, they seem to have that continuity, that stability. Brian Sabian's been in the organization forever. Bruce Bochy's been in the organization forever.
Well, and they're also an organization that honors their past in a special way. You routinely see ex-Giants, the Hall of Famers, always around this organization, playing crucial roles within the organization. Talking to Larry Baer before the game, it's something that's very important to honor their past, and that saying of when you're a Giant for life, and they try and live that.
Good sharp breaking ball there from Dunning to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 8th with the Cubs up 15-14. Baseball is back, and it's free. Go to ESPN.com/fantasybaseball or download the brand new app to sign up today. With Jessica Mendoza, Aaron Boone, Buster Olney, I'm Dan Schulman. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning here at Scottsdale Stadium with the Cubs leading the Giants 15-14. And Neil Ramirez is into the game now for the Cubs. You can see he dealt with some injuries last year. Didn't have the kind of year, nowhere close to the kind of year that he did the season before. Trying to pitch his way back into a prominent role with the Cubs. He is a guy who is out of options, so if they try to send him down, they risk losing him. Had some shoulder issues last year. That's why he only made the 19 appearances. Kelby Tomlinson leads it off for the Giants. And is in the hole 0-2. Tomlinson is 1 for 3 with a walk. So Tomlinson, I think based on the way he swung the bat the last couple of months last year, obviously figures to stick with this team, not as a starter, but he can play second, third, can play some short. Bat off the bench as well. Chopper towards short. Kawasaki on the run, one down. Let's go down to Buster again.
Yeah, guys, in the Cactus League, a lot of conversation about starting pitching issues. We talked about the Giants and how they're looking to get a turnaround with performance. The Dodgers, all those injuries. And the Angels, questions about Jared Weaver's velocity. C.J. Wilson, when will he be back? Zach Greinke arrives on the scene with Booney's Diamondbacks. A lot of conversations going to be had this summer about the Dodgers and the question of whether or not they shouldn't have let Greinke go. And the Cubs are the favorite, handling it the Madden way.
I think that what's going on in Dodger camp right now, unfortunately for them, with all the injuries in their rotation. Andre Ethier out for a long time. Seager with a bum knee right now. You talked about their depth there, and they're going to need it. They're a banged up group. Right now.
In the one area where they're not overly deep is at shortstop. So Seager becomes imperative that he's able to play at the level we're expecting him to play at. So, yeah, they're having to tap into that depth, I think, a lot earlier than they anticipated when they put this team together in the offseason.
When you think about Ethier going down, that's probably the one on the opposite end of things where they had the most depth.
Yep.
They've got Carl Crawford, who was going to be the starter. Well, Ethier was going to be the starter. They were going to platoon a bit. And then Scott Van Slyke can also play out there. That's an area that they don't want to lose him, but they definitely have some guys that can play behind him. And I like Kenta Maeda a lot, too. Someone who they acquired from Japan. I watched one of his outings, and, man, talk about just hitting his spots.
Blanco lifts a fly ball into left field for out number 2.
And one of the questions that's going to continue all summer, guys, is, especially if the Dodgers aren't in first place, was the decision over Greinke replayed over and over and over again according to where the standings are, because in the end the Dodgers were outbid. The team that spends more money than any other team in baseball lost one of the best pitchers in baseball. They decided to focus more on depth rather than spend a lot of money on an older pitcher. And let's face it, that's going to be a decision that's going to be viewed through the prism of the results.
Could be a really interesting race in the National League West. The Diamondbacks have definitely put themselves into the conversation with the pickups of Greinke and Miller, and a guy we were talking on the field before the game with Patrick Corbin healthy again now. I mean, that's a big-time arm that looks like they're getting back.
Yeah, and I think they have, as well as obviously Goldschmidt, A.J. Pollock, who's dealing with an injury right now, an elbow issue, another star player. But I think they've got good depth throughout the position players, that they have some pretty good competition going on at places. We've seen what they've become kind of offensively and defensively the last couple of years. Now can that pitching catch up and become a championship caliber pitching staff?
Well, that was the one thing that was missing. This team was a fun team to watch. I live on the West Coast, so I saw a lot of Diamondbacks games, and this team would score 8-9 runs and lose. And when you talk about Paul Goldschmidt, A.J. Pollock, but also a guy like David Peralta, I mean, there's a lot of names on this team that don't get talked about. I mean, when you're thinking Paul Goldschmidt is underrated and he's the best hitter on that team, there's a whole slew of hitters that allowed them to be one of the top offenses in the National League. But now they get noticed because of Greinke, because of Miller. And it's going to be interesting, especially when they go up against these bad boys, the Giants and the Dodgers.
Trevor Brown, a young catcher for the Giants, fouls it off. Brown's having a good spring, hitting over 350. Missed a couple of days with a bruised forearm, but getting a bit more of an opportunity because Andrew Susac, who was to have been and probably eventually still will be the backup to Buster Posey, has a bone bruise in his wrist and is still feeling some discomfort. So Brown's getting a little bit more of an opportunity.
I think Trevor Brown was making it a pretty good competition, though, even before Susac went down. He's been hitting the ball very well. A lot of the pitchers have been talking about his ability also behind the plate. I think nothing being set in stone. And I think a lot of times when you think about Posey and him playing first base, who do you want behind there that no one's going to replace him? But it's got to be someone that can swing the bat too, and Trevor Brown's showing he can do it.
Check the swing, and the count is full. And back to the Dodgers for a moment. You talked about Maeda and how you've been impressed by him. You know, Alex Wood, it felt like he came into, or heading into the season, as maybe could be the 5th, could be the swing guy. Now he's the number 4 guy because of the injury. Scott Kazmir's in the rotation. They don't know when Ryu's going to be back. Over the mound, charged by Kawasaki, and they get him. 8 complete in Scottsdale. Cubs up a run.
My office needs new
Not that far away. A week from Sunday, the 3rd of April, we've got a triple header for you here on the ESPN family of networks. The first game of the season comes your way from Pittsburgh. The Pirates hosting their divisional rival, the Cardinals. The Blue Jays and Rays at 4 Eastern on ESPN2. And then we'll be in Kansas City, the home of the World Series champion Royals. It's a rematch of the World Series. The Mets and the Royals at 8:30 Eastern time, Sunday night, April the 3rd. Top of the 9th inning here in Scottsdale. Cubs 15, Giants 14. Hunter Strickland is the new pitcher for the Giants. Albert Almora is the batter. Strickland last year had a 2.45 ERA in 55 appearances. All fans of the sport remember the home run issues, the trouble that he had in the playoffs of 2014. Last year, he only gave up 4 homers in 51 1/3 innings, and by all accounts, guys, he is continuing to work on the secondary pitches now, not just throwing fastballs and throwing as hard as he can to get out of jams. Part of the evolution of a young pitcher.
Yeah, and I think we'll continue to take on a greater role at the back end of this Giant bullpen. Again, a bullpen that figures to be very strong. Remember, Jeremy Affeldt, the longtime reliable reliever from the left side, has retired, and it's now time for guys like Strickland to take that next step and become, an elite back end of the bullpen reliever.
I think he did a bit last year. His walk rate went down, which was a concern. Obviously him having control, being a younger guy, and then his strikeouts versus righties, his ground ball rate versus lefties. I mean, the things you want to see from the type of pitcher that Strickland is.
Broken bat base hit for Almora, his second hit in as many at bats. That'll bring up Jesus Guzman. Guzman spent a little time with the Giants in 2009. He's been a Padre and an Astro as well. Played in Japan last year. First baseman, outfielder. Sends the fastball down the right field line, but can't get it quite fair. Well, I think the big stories, if you look back at this game, if there's such a thing as big stories in spring training games, it involves the 2 starting pitchers, Jake Arrieta and Madison Bumgarner. Arrieta leading after a 1/3 of an inning, having given up 5 runs, a blister on his thumb. He says he's ready to take his bullpen on Tuesday, and he doesn't think it'll be a problem. Bumgarner, the numbers won't look very good, but he felt there was progress. He gave up 5 runs in 3 2/3, but he got the pitch count up. What did you guys think about what you saw? Let's start with Bumgarner, considering he was out there a little bit longer.
I think Bumgarner, I think there is a little bit of concern just because it is a timing thing. I think it's an easier fix. It's not like it's a huge mechanical problem, but he talked about it in his last 2 starts, and it's yet to be fixed. So, of course, when you're thinking about he gets 1 more start before opening day, that's a little bit of a concern this time.
Let's take a look at his day.
Definitely struggled a little bit at times with his release point. Had some good signs, but look, I think for a guy like Madison Bumgarner, who's been one of the game's ace, who from an age standpoint is absolutely in the prime of his career and has the track record that he has, for him, it's about being healthy and having a couple of minor things with the rib and the toe earlier in spring training. The fact that he looks like he's beyond that, he was able to get his pitch count up near 80, and that could potentially go up again. I'm not overly concerned about where Madison Bumgarner is as they get ready to start the season.
A lot of starting pitchers, that second last start, which was this one for Bumgarner, that's their real get into regular season mode. The last one they kind of throttle back, just stay loose, don't throw quite as many pitches. But it wouldn't surprise you at all, guys, if he went out there and was typical Madison Bumgarner on opening night?
Not at all.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I still think it's just a concern in the standpoint that he doesn't have a lot of time to fix something like that. But, like you mentioned, of all guys, I mean, this is somebody he's not going to let him affect him mentally. He's not going to make a big deal of it. In fact, the way Buster reported earlier, speaking after the game, he said, I feel good about today. And I think he really means it. I don't think that's fluff.
Almora steals third.
I think, too, guys, we have to remember in all these games in the spring is that you don't have that dollop of adrenaline that you have during the regular season. And especially as players get older, and Booney could certainly speak to this, it seems like that can make a difference with spring training performance.
You can speak to older players.
Well, and I think with pitchers especially established, and in Bumgarner's case, a big-time pitcher, I think they truly use spring training to work on things. And Buster Posey had talked about him, that he loves to tinker with things. And I think spring training, more than any time, is a time for an established starting pitcher to tinker with things and to work on things. And I think that's what we're continuing to see with Bumgarner here in late March.
And it's something Jeff Samardzija has said as well. I mean, he's really been trying to hone in on that split finger fastball, trying to really pull the string a little bit more on that pitch, get a little bit of variance and velocity between that and his faster stuff. So he's another guy that has struggled in spring training, thrown some red flags outside of the Giants clubhouse. But for him, he's saying, I'm exactly where I want to be. So I'm not so concerned with the starting pitching as a whole, because this is the time to work on stuff. But I think it's getting to go time. You don't want that fixing things to continue into April.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The count remains on Andreoli. 15-14. The Cubs lead the Giants.
This could be a time. Strickland, man on third base, 1 out. He just showed a fastball there in on the hands. Let's see if now he goes to that secondary, that slider, which continues to become more and more of a weapon. He wants that strikeout in this situation. No, coming up and in with that heater again.
Missed high.
That one set it up, maybe. Come back now with the slider.
Did throw him a breaking ball, but he didn't get it down and away. Over the heart of the plate, and it's fouled off by Andreoli. Double up on the slider?
Yeah, I think locate it where you want.
Yeah.
Seeing a pretty good at bat right here. Got the 2 strikes with a power pitcher here. He hasn't chased. He's been able to spoil the fastballs, the good ones in on his hands. But he's in position, I think, to still handle a mistake out over the plate, knowing that, hey, I just want to get this run in here. I got the infield in. I want to get something I could just get in the air in the middle of the field, add on another run.
Coming in again. Fly ball to right field. Got some carry on it. Caught on the track. Runner will come home on the sac fly, and the Cubs add a run. So we talked about Madison Bumgarner's afternoon or evening here in Arizona. Go back to the beginning of the game, and Jake Arrieta, as we found out later, had a blister on his thumb. He said he couldn't finish his pitches. Tough gripping, tough locating, and just kind of a lost day for Arrieta, who didn't get to get a lot of work in.
Just what struck me there is how much Miguel Montero would move his glove really across the plate. And I think that blister was clearly not only affecting his ability to finish, as he talked about, but the command of those pitches.
Yeah, and I think they go hand in hand. And the pop, too. I mean, the velocity was down, and that's something that's huge in setting up his pitches. So you saw a lot of those fastballs. A couple of them didn't have bad movement, but they were slower and not placed exactly where he wanted them. But I don't think it's obviously a huge concern if they handle it correctly.
Right.
You mentioned that a blister, it sounds, I think, to maybe the average person, it's a small little blister. What's the big deal? Well, for a pitcher, I mean, being able to grip the seam is everything. And his thumb and his finish is really the key to what Arrieta does so well. He has a crossfire, and if he doesn't finish because of what his front leg does, he's not going to be successful.
Matt Merton with a base hit up the middle. And that'll bring up Kawasaki again.
Hey.
Cubs up 16-14. Fans hanging in here, hoping for a foul ball, hoping for a Giants comeback. You can see the Cardinals and the Mets tomorrow as our spring training coverage continues.
Jacob deGrom tomorrow?
I'm not sure. Now you got him scrambling down in the truck.
You know, his wife is due to have their first child, and that was part of the decision to start Matt Harvey on opening day. I mean, it was a discussion on whether it would be deGrom or Harvey, but the fact that his wife, I think, is due around April 4th, which is the day after the game, didn't want that question mark.
It is deGrom tomorrow for the Mets. Three and on the count on Kawasaki. Still waiting to hear, as we discussed a little bit earlier, if the Royals are going to choose Ventura or Volquez for opening night on April the 3rd. Strickland's given up a run on a couple of hits, trying to finish off the Cubs here in the top of the ninth. The runner goes, pitch in for a strike, throw down, not in time. So Merton with a stolen base and a full count now on Kawasaki. He's funny.
He really is.
He's really funny.
You know,
he loves to play.
And he does.
Yeah.
In the previous inning, he made a couple nice plays at shortstop after the first out, a nice solid fist pump. And then he comes in after that last play of the inning where he charged and made another nice running play. He kind of...
Yeah. I'll tell you, as someone who lives in Toronto, I mean, he was the 25th man when he was in the majors, and he wasn't even in the majors all that much. And he has a following in that city like you would not believe.
Yeah.
And if he gets a chance to come up and play for the Cubs, the same thing will happen in Chicago. Sports Center following us here on ESPN tonight. Top of the ninth here in Scottsdale, with the Cubs leading the Giants 16-14.
Oh.
24. 24.
Someone who's probably not a big follower of Kawasaki is Hunter Strickland, because he's wasted pretty much every pitch Strickland has thrown at him. Even throwing it as bad as some of them, just saying, give me what I want.
And a swing and a miss to get him and end the inning. We go to the bottom of the ninth. The Giants coming up down 2. Grapefruit League action for you. The Cardinals take on the Mets at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. It'll also be streaming live on Watch ESPN and the ESPN app. Bottom of the ninth. Starling Peralta is the 7th pitcher for the Cubs. 25-year-old right-hander. Pitched last year at single A and double A. Double A, 39 appearances, had an ERA under 2. Connor Gillespie rips one right to second. Caught by Negron. 1 down.
So, guys, I went to the Giants dugout to try to get an estimate on how many baseballs have been used in tonight's game. And I spoke with 2 bat boys, 2 excellent sources. One gave me the estimate of 5 dozen, and the other gave me the estimate of 100 dozen.
100 dozen.
What are the ages of these?
I think it was somewhere between there. That's what I'm going to go with.
5 and 100.
1 down here in the bottom of the ninth.
Buster's still working, though.
Buster never stops working.
Buster knows. He has a hat.
Here's Gutierrez. He does have a hat. There's a strike.
Hi, Georgie.
They had plenty. They don't have nearly that many anymore. Sproul is hit a ton down the right field line, but foul. Man.
Yeah, that ball was headed for Mesa right there.
Wow. That's an impressive foul ball.
That's the best, though. As a left-handed hitter, you get something on your hands and you just, crush it into the darkness is what he just did.
And then he gets rung up on a pitch at the knees. 2 down.
I feel like those never fare well, Booney. Like when you crush a ball foul, I always like, dang, because it's not very like you follow up with a home run.
No, and how about a little cheese at the knees or just below, and maybe a little 4-hour plus generous strike zone a little low there. Thanks for coming.
Jared Parker, the batter. Parker hit one a long way to straightaway center field his last time up for a stand-up triple. Golfed in the air to left field, deep but playable, and the game is over. Cubs 16, Giants 14. Here in Scottsdale, for Aaron Boone, Jessica Mendoza, Buster Olney, and our crew, I'm Dan Schulman, saying a good night from Scottsdale Stadium. Time now for SportsCenter. Let's send you back to the studio.